Good morning and welcome to the May 30th Board of Zoning Adjustment. Anna, please confirm that city staff and court reporter are ready to begin.
Everyone is ready to begin.
Will you please explain the rules and procedures for the hybrid meeting today? Board of Zoning Adjustment. Please confirm the city.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to describe the procedure for this hybrid meeting. First, discussing those online. There are two categories of people participating: attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in participating in the case, you're going to use the raise hand function. And this is going to let city staff know that you are wanting to be a panelist and promote you to said position. One moment. Are we recording on YouTube? Okay, just making sure. Got a little notification. Just wanted to make sure before we got into the merits of the case, Okay, so I'm going to start over, or not start over, but continue discussing the hybrid procedures. So there's a ribbon on the bottom of your Zoom app, and this is you're going to click this, and this is going to indicate to city staff that you're going to be promoted as a panelist. You're going to accept this promotion. And it's going to appear that you've temporarily been disconnected, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom re-entering you into the meeting as a panelist. If you are joining via the app or a computer, please change your screen name to your legal name. This does help with city staff accepting your promotion and discussing the merits with you accordingly. If you are on the phone, we understand that you can't change your number to as your username, but you can use *9 to indicate that you want to discuss anything a part of the case. When you are promoted, please turn on your camera and your microphone so that the commission can see and hear you. And then please mute yourself when you are not speaking so we don't have any negative feedback. For those in person, please approach the microphone when it is appropriate for you to give public testimony. And if you are in person, please don't also be a part of the Zoom meeting. This can create some negative interference with our microphones, and we want to make sure that we can hear everyone and have no audio disruptions. For public testimony, all public testimony, in person and virtual, the following rules do apply. So the BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You're going to be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. All people who wish to provide testimony, whether applicant or members of the public, do need to be sworn in. You will be given 2 minutes of testimony if you are a single representative, or 5 minutes if you are a part of an established organization, neighborhood association, HOA, Main Street Now, etc. So you will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over, and please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear that alarm. No repetitive or irrelevant testimony, please. If you wish to admit any exhibits during your public testimony, you need to have those prepared either on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen if you're online, and then email those exhibits, if admitted by the chair, to the assigned planner on the case. The chat box on Zoom is only for logistical questions about Zoom, the agenda, any audio issues. Merits of the case cannot be discussed in the chat box. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may also take a few breaks during this period, approximately around 10:30, 12:30, and 3 o'clock if the meeting lasts past 2 p.m. That is all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And Anna, did we talk about a stop around 4 o'clock?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, great. And before we start to review the cases, I would first like to thank city staff who tirelessly prepare the cases for our review today. Thank you very much to them, and especially to the 5 board members around me and Amber in Zoom today. I'd like to thank you for your volunteerism, This is an unpaid position and we do it at the pleasure of the mayor. And we're glad to do it for him and for the city as well. So with that said, I would like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. If you're online, please turn on your camera and microphones and get ready to raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? Anna?
So we'll start with Jared,
Jared Clements, I do.
Stephanie,
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Joe Rexwinkle,
Joe Rexwinkle, I do.
Olufua Abaji,
Olafua Agbaji, I do.
Justin Smith,
Justin Smith, I do.
and Connor Tomlin is back in the booth, but he will also be giving a presentation today. Anna Naniski, I do. And now we're moving to those online. Larissa Shambi
Larissa Chambi, I do.
and Genevieve Khan.
Genevieve Khan, I do.
That is it.
Thank you very much. Anna, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the continuances and or dismissals today.
So first we have docket item number 3. This is a housekeeping item that we will be discussing on June 13th. And then we have docket item number 7. This is case CD SUP 2023-0006 for the property at 5704 Oak Street. The docket says dismissal, but the applicant has requested that we continue this to June 13th so they can make comments about that dismissal. And we also have docket item number 22, which is case CD BZA 2023-00035, the property at 5709 Truce Avenue, and the property the applicant has requested a continuance to July 12th. They are working on abating the zoning violations addressed in this appeal. So they request more time to work on that before we discuss the appeal.
Great.
And that concludes the request for continuances.
Thank you. Is there any public testimony for the continuances and or dismissals city staff just identified? Seeing none, board members, can I have a motion to that effect to continue and or dismiss these as noted?
So moved.
Motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Gorence. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence?
Oh.
Yeah, you motion and you have to vote as well. Moran?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Keller?
Aye.
Evans?
Aye. All right. We're going to jump the docket just a little bit this morning. We're going to jump to docket item number 6. There's a number of cases involved here. But basically it's docket 6.1 through docket number 6 sorry.
Yes.
20 or 21? 23, 24.
24.
So yeah, 24. So docket 6.1 through 6.24. They're all relatively about the same. The board members are kindly reminded we will need a motion on each docket item for their approval or non-approval as you may see fit. Mr. March, will you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm here today on behalf of all 24 of these cases. My address is 4510 Bellevue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Perfect.
To jump ahead, Mr. Chairman, I do accept all of the exhibits as noted in the staff report in all 24 cases.
Perfect. Those are now admitted. Thank you very much for that. As part of that presentation, we'll have Ms. Anna describe the cases to the board.
Thank you. So we're going to be discussing docket item number 6, case CD BZA 2023-00031. There are multiple properties in question here today, and they are all zoned R6. And the applicant is seeking several variances to bring existing several structures have already been constructed. Some are currently in the phase of being constructed to bring these detached dwelling units into compliance. So the properties in question are located just north of the Country Club Plaza in the Midtown portion of Kansas City. The blocks are listed on the screen. You can see that they are just north of the plaza, also like near the St. Luke's Hospital. And then zoomed in are the 3 blocks in question between West 44th Street, Corbin, West 44th Terrace, and West 45th Street. This is an example of what some of the homes look like from a site plan perspective and the variances in question. So there are several, or the homes are built on top of garages and very steep staircases. And per our zoning code, the staircases above certain feet and the balconies cannot encroach into the front yard setbacks. And these homes are built exactly on the front yard setback. This is an example of what the homes look like. And we looked at variances for 2 of these lots back in January, I believe. So this is variances related to detached dwelling units developed by the same developer. So now we can go into each one of the variances. We have 6.1, which is for 704 West 45th Street. Variance A is for the stairs. This is a complete deviation. Variance B is for the patios, the balconies, also a complete deviation. A substantial change is not expected for this particular property. It has been constructed already. And similarly to the variances that we looked at back in January, the zoning review associated with this building permit did not catch the need for these variances, so they were constructed. And now all of the property owner is coming back, to request these variances. Same situation with 6.2. This is for 708 West 44th Terrace. And 6.3. And 6.4. And 6.5. And 6.6. And 6.7. 6.8. And 6.9. And 6.10. And 6.11. 6.12. 6.13. 6.14. 6.15. A slight difference with 6.16. This home is currently in construction phase right now. When I made this presentation at the time, just grading and footing work was being done. So technically a change in design can obviate the need for these variances, but they're in the same situation as the previous variance. 6.17 is similar merits of the case to everything besides 6.16. I think in my staff report, I erred and I said that a change in design could be obviated because I thought this home was still under construction. That is not the case. Certificate of occupancy has been issued for this site. 6.18, same situation. 6.19, same situation. 6.20, complete deviation for the stairs and the balcony. Same with 6.21. Same situation with 6.16 and 6.22. The home is under construction right now. Same with 6.23.
Is that construction or is that?
Construction.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And 6.24 has been built. Same situation, complete deviation for the stairs and the balcony. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but I'm going to go back to the beginning of the presentation. So when we go through our motions, we can look at each address individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronna. Before we ask Mr. March to testify on behalf of all these cases, do we have anyone in the live audience or in the Zoom audience who's either for or against these motions today, these cases? Please raise your hand. Seeing none in the live audience.
And no one online is raising their hand.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. March, why should we approve your cases today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Again, my name is Aaron March. I'm the attorney for Westport Today, who was the developer of these properties, an affiliate of St. Luke's Hospital that's owned these properties and these lots for years and years and years, and has found a way to adaptively reuse them and renovate or rejuvenate a neighborhood in Kansas City, Missouri. Online is Emily Weltner and Doug Weltner. They were retained as the developers on behalf of the hospital, if you will, to build out these properties. If you need them to testify, I'm sure they could raise their hands. Don't know that it's necessary. I have a very brief PowerPoint presentation. I will run through it and ask that you incorporate it into the hearings for all 24 cases rather than running through it 24 different times.
That exhibit will be admitted? I don't have a number on that one yet, but do you have a number?
Might be exhibit number 10.
Thank you, Mr. March. So that exhibit is admitted. Please go ahead.
Again, that we're here today to talk about 32 detached single-family dwelling units. Next slide, please. We've built these 32 houses on 45th Street, 44 Terrace in Corbin. All of the homes have the same design. You did hear 2 of these cases earlier in January and granted those variances. It's the same issues that you considered before and that you found worthy of granting variances for. All of the design elements were reviewed with and approved, and permits were issued by the city. The first homes were built on 45th Street in 2018. No notices of violation or citations were ever issued by the city. This was discovered because an inspector on behalf of a bank that was thinking about issuing a mortgage discovered them. And it was because of that we came in for the first 2 variances. Westport Today and the Weltners decided that
We're not seeing the same thing on both screens, so I just want to make sure it was sharing accordingly on YouTube. Try to interrupt you, Mr. Sees 2 different things on these
Yeah.
screens. It may be good. I just wanted to confirm.
She's trying to make sure that what's showing is on YouTube. I don't know, Connor, if you can tell. Okay.
I don't know if we have access to.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to.
Oh, thank you. For the first time, it's not me that's causing the technology problem.
Showing on Zoom.
Okay.
I assume what's on Zoom is on
Okay.
YouTube.
Usually they
Stuck down
match,
there.
so that's why I was curious.
When we discovered that Westport Today needed these variances as the builder of these homes, we thought it would be appropriate to reach out to the people who had recently bought the homes and said, look, there was a mistake, nobody's fault, nobody did anything wrong. We'd like to cure that. And we'd like to, at our expense, but this is Westport Today, go and seek these variances. 32 of the homes have been built. The 2 outlined in teal or blue, those were the 2 that you granted variances for. 24 homes are here today joining in this application, and we have the consents of those property owners. 6 of the homes are not participating. We don't know why, although one homeowner came back from an extended vacation and asked if they could join, and it was simply too late to participate in this application. But Westport Today and the Weltners bent over backwards to say, we will walk through this process for you and get it taken care of, so you need not worry about this ever again. Next slide, please. This is a list of all of the lots and the consents that received. I'd like to point out on 724 Corbin Terrace, the original applicant on that was Westport Today. It owned it at the time we submitted the application. It has since sold, and we did supplement our application. Mr. Tim Van Zant is now the owner of that and is joining in this application. And next slide, please. This is simply an image of the houses that were there. You can see that while similar Designed as far as the steps and the front balcony goes, they have different finishes and architectural amenities. They would all need to be torn down and rebuilt to eliminate the tall front steps and the front railing. Next slide, please.
Hey,
Just
Anna,
a note.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. So what I said before about how it is showing on YouTube, it is, but only the first slide. There's some sort of glitch. So maybe, which we've never seen before. So maybe stop sharing screen and then start again and see if that. We don't want the presentation not to be shown on YouTube.
There you go.
Now they,
Perfect. They're in sync.
well, not quite.
Kind of in sync.
Almost.
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming you'd like me to not go back. and
Yes, I
just-
think it's adequate to continue on, but give us just a second technology to make sure that we're good to go before we go
So-
further.
Just updated on YouTube.
Point, go to. Presentation.
I think this is what I.
Are they matching?
Yeah, except for the side panels,
One
yes.
looks like it's a presentation mode, one is in thumbnail mode.
There you go.
It's okay.
Yep.
There you go. Now the match. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Talking about Mr. Van Zandt's and then continue on from that comment.
Mr. Chairman, this is just another view of some of the other homes that are on 44th Terrace. Again, they all have the same front steps that exceed that allowed by code, and the front porch, again, that's not permitted by code. We would have to tear them down and rebuild them under a different design. Next slide, please. These are homes on Corbin Terrace, similar architecture, similar designs, and same problems. Next slide. Next slide. More images to show you. This is a copy of one of the construction plans that were submitted to the city, and you can see stamped in the upper left-hand corner that it was permitted, plans reviewed and approved for code compliance. So again, these were all properly submitted and reviewed by the city, and permits were issued. Next slide, please. Again, another set of the construction plans that were submitted, and you can see stamped on them that they were approved for the patio that extends into the front yard. Next slide, please. Initially, when we filed this application, we had to deal with the issue of these having smaller lots, but since that time, the city has adopted an infill housing ordinance, so the smaller lots are now lawful and legal, and those small size lot variances are no longer required. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. We have talked about this case on several times with the Plaza Westport Neighbor Association, and then this goes back to the original case in January, but the same still hold truths that the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association has no problem with our requested variance. Next slide. So with that, Mr. Chairman, in each of the 24 cases, I would ask that you incorporate by reference this slide presentation in all of those 24 cases. And I would ask that you approve the variances in all of those cases rather than have us tear down the homes and rebuild them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. March. Board members, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. March on these issues?
I guess you said there was 6 homes or so that weren't participating. Is it likely that we would see them come in the future, or is that undetermined at this point in time?
I've had personal conversations with 2 of the homeowners who wish that they had acted sooner to get their consents in. So at least from my conversations with them, they may be joining in an application. The other 4 simply have not heard from.
Thank you.
All right. nice if you could get the other four so we could hear all six at the same time, as you know.
I would do my best, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I won't drop business cards in their mailboxes. So
All right. Anyone else? Board is kindly reminded that we will need a motion on all 24 cases or however many there are. So with that, I'll leave it up to you guys to let me know what to do.
I'd offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
So in case number 31, address 704 West 45th Street, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Please call the roll.
Lawrence. Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. I'm going, Randy.
In case number 31, address 708 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second to that motion, someone?
Second.
Ms. Moran, second. Thank you. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion is approved.
In case number 31, address of 709 Corbin Terrace. A number, just a minute. Okay, never mind. I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion is passed.
In case number 31, address of 711 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 711 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 712 West 45th Street, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 712 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 715 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 717 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 720 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case 31, address of 736 West 45th Street, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 736 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 733 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 732 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 732 West 45th Street, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 732 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 729 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 728 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 728 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 725 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 725 West 44th Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
In case 31, address of 724 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Ebbets. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Aye. That motion passes.
In case number 31, address of 736 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes.
And in case 31, address of 717 Corbin Terrace, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion passes. Looks like all those have been approved. Mr. March, good luck with your projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to go back to docket item number 1. And this is a technology training and meeting procedure refresher for everyone on the board. Amber, you with us on this one? Ms. Crosby?
I am.
Okay, thank you. See me. Mr. Rex Winkle, are you conducting this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Joe Rexwinkle with the City Planning Department. For most of you, this refresher will be probably repetitive, but I thought since we have a couple new board members, it's probably a good time to go through some of this. So just bear with me a few moments. I'll try to be quick. So this is really just a summary of your rules, which we may have a proposed amendment coming forward at your next meeting to the rules. And I believe that's one of the items on the agenda that's been continued. But the rules are divided into a few different articles. The first article is regarding membership on the board. It states that the chair and vice chair must be elected annually in May. Of course, we have 1 day left and it's on the agenda, I think, next to elect a new vice chair and chair. Vice chair presides when the chair is unavailable, and when the vice chair is unavailable, the most senior regular member would preside. Chair decides on all points of order subject to the rules unless otherwise provided by a majority of the board. 5 regular members appointed for overlapping 5-year terms. This is what the board consists of course. 3 alternate members appointed for 1-year terms. Article 2 has to do with undue influence. I'll just go ahead and read that. It states that no person, agent, or representative shall contact or attempt to contact any member of the board for the purpose of discussing either directly or indirectly any matter pending before the board and prior to the final decision of the board or within 30 days of the board's decision, which is the time period that the board retains its jurisdiction over the case. A matter shall only be discussed at the time said matter is set for a public hearing, and said discussion shall only take place during the hearing before all members of the board who are present at said hearing. Article 3 has to do with the meetings themselves. It states that all members may hear a case and their attendance shall be recorded. However, only a maximum of 5 can vote. I think everyone's aware of that. A quorum consists of 4 members, whether they're regular or alternate members. Special exceptions require a majority vote of the quorum, for example, 3-1 or 3-2, whereas variances, special use permits, and appeals require a concurrent vote of at least 4 members of the quorum. So 3-2 or a 3-1 vote would be an ability to grant or denial of a variance. Article 5 has to do with the hearing of cases. It states that the owner of the subject property must attend the hearing, or in lieu of this, their lawyer or their authorized agent. And staff does track that information and provides that to you, I believe, on the agenda, so you know going into each case who will be present. The board may dismiss any case for which the owner, their lawyer, or their agent does not attend. Article 6 regarding the conduct of meetings. It states that oral testimony shall be taken only on oath or affirmation. Technical rules of evidence do not apply. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain direct evidence, but it's not sufficient in and of itself to support the board's decision. The chair can limit testimony of opponents to 1 representative of a group, and the applicant or appellant and the opposition have a right to call and examine witnesses, introduce evidence, cross-examine witnesses, impeach witnesses, and rebut evidence. If objection to evidence introduced is raised, the chair may still admit it for the purposes of appeal and for the record, unless the evidence is irrelevant, repetitious, privileged, or unduly long. Petitions, which the rules consider to be written public testimony, may be accepted by the board in most cases as long as they are notarized and when the individual who secured signatures is present and testifies under oath. Board members are prohibited from inspecting or visiting the property in question in advance of their decision on the matter. And applicants, appellants, and opponents shall each be allotted a maximum of 15 minutes for testimony. I believe this is the last item for my portion of the presentation. This relates to Article 7, which is the final article in the rules regarding rehearings. It states that the board's decision is final unless the applicant or appellant petitions the circuit court within 30 days or makes a written request for rehearing within 30 days. The concurring vote of 4 members of the board that heard the case is required for a rehearing. The individual requesting the rehearing shall notify all persons attending the prior hearing, and the board may grant a rehearing only if new evidence is presented, which was not available at the time of the original hearing or for good cause shown, or simply to clarify its prior order. That is just a summary of the rules. I don't really have anything else to add, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions you guys might have, if you have any.
A question. So it noted a few slides before 15 minutes. Is that an aggregate of 15 minutes? So if there's 5 individuals speaking, they'd each get 3 minutes total to be 15 minutes maximum.
It doesn't say.
Okay.
My recollection is it just says 15 minutes, so it could be read as per individual. And part of the reason we're doing this is so that you know what the rules state, just as a refresher in case you want to change them in a month.
Okay. Anybody else? Have any other questions?
Joe, can you hit the last two slides for me? And just a little refresher or update about our technology. The board has received new iPads for these meetings. So when you have the docket open, you're going to come to the meetings every morning. The iPads will be preloaded with the docket and a link to the BZA's webpage. When you click on either the case number or the docket number, that will take you to its link in Compass KC. Can you hit the next slide? And this is what the attachments tab on Compass KC will look like. A quick tip, to navigate to the correct documents is in that notes section. Look for anything that says staff report, applicants, materials, or disposition letters. These will be the key files to open on Compass KC. This is a good tool for all of us, as all documents, for all different types of case types will be available online on Compass KC. That's the sole purpose of Compass KC. And if an outstanding situation occurs where additional documents are received by the applicant or by public testimony after the deadline that the staff report is created, then you will also be able to review those online. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Looks like the next item. Thank you, Joe, for your presentation. Anybody else have any questions for anybody? Looks like we have election of chair and vice chair. So I will open up discussion.
I would like to stay as chair and
Mr. Stoner.
Miller as vice.
I'd
Any
second
other-
that motion.
Any other discussion? All right, there's been a motion to keep me as chair for another year and Mr. Stiller as vice chair for another year. Anna, please call the roll on that.
We have Gorntz,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Nixdorf,
Aye.
Crosby,
Aye.
Ebbets.
I hate to vote for myself, but okay, I did. Yes, I. All right, that settles that. And now we're jumping to docket number 4, case number 23 with an address of 2020 Brighton Avenue. Will the applicant please come forward or raise their hand in Zoom?
So docket item number 4 is case CD BZA 2023-00023, property known as 2020 Brighton Avenue, a request to approve a variance to the setback requirements of zoning district R 2.5, plus any other necessary variances on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 2020 Brighton Avenue. Jared is the staff planner. The applicant is Roger Avelos. They are online. Roger, I am promoting you. This is a reminder that the applicants, any members of the applicant's team, and all interested parties who wish to testify, approach the microphone or raise their hands on Zoom.
We'll swear everyone in at the same time, Anna.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just giving them 5 seconds. Anyone who wishes to testify during the public hearing needs to make themselves known now, as once the public hearing is open, no additional attendees will be promoted. Roger is connected. No one else has raised their hand online. No one appears in the chambers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, Roger, please raise your right hand, or anyone who's testified in this case. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
Yes.
And please identify yourself for the court reporter. Thank you.
My name is Roger Avalos, and I'm with RA Engineering, representing the owner of 2020 Brighton.
Okay. Roger, there are a number of exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are part of your case file. Do you have can we have your permission to admit those to hear your case today?
Yes.
And part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clemens on your case. Jared, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One moment while I get the presentation loaded up. And can you all see that on both screens?
Yes.
Fantastic. So before us, we have docket item number 4, case number BZA 2023. Number 23, located at 2020 Brighton Avenue. The zoning district is R-2.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the R-2.5 side setback requirements in order to receive as-built permits for an addition onto their home. This is the location of the subject site. More specifically, it's on Brighton Avenue. In this orthographic image, you can see the portion of the home that was under construction when it was taken, just to the rear of the property. It's that kind of white square there. The home was originally built pretty close to the property line, and the addition matched that they built without knowledge of needing permits. They are seeking permits now. And so the addition was built some 2 feet from the property line. The requirement would be 5 feet. As such, this is a variance request for 3 feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated given the front of the home being built at that same setback. The difficulty could not be obviated by a change in design. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Mr. Avalos, why should we approve your case today?
Well, the owner, he did not know he needed permits to do this addition, so he went ahead and constructed it. He hired a company to help him out and basically did not tell him that there was a setback requirement. So he lost that money. And then if you guys don't approve it, it will be a financial hardship for him since he already paid another company, paid myself, and then all the materials that he has invested into this addition. So I request that this be approved for the owner.
How did this get built without proper request being put in, sir?
He did not know. He just got started, and since it's in the rear of the property, no one knew until I believe the inspector went by the property and saw the construction.
Have there been any comments from neighbors, either in support or against this addition?
No, all the neighbors, especially the ones adjacent to him, are okay with this addition. And since all the homes in the neighborhood have 2 or 3 foot setback, side setback, they don't see an issue with it.
Thank you.
Do you have any pictures of the addition, sir?
I believe, yes, I shared a few with Jared. I don't know if you have them, Jared.
If there were pictures, they're included in the staff report. I always include whatever the applicant sends me.
Okay.
I don't have them in my presentation, though.
There's not any in the staff
Is there
report.
anything in there?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mr.
I
Avalos,
can
do you have those
provide-
on hand? We can admit them as an exhibit if you have those images with you.
Let me pull them, and Jared, can I send them to you via email?
Can you share your screen with them, sir? So that way we can finish up on your case?
Let me see, it's gonna take me 1 minute here. I won't be able to pull them. Let me see here.
It helps
I
us
just-
evaluate the case, sir, if you've got them.
Let's see here. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna switch the camera so you can see my screen.
We can
So
see that in
that's-
addition.
That's the existing house, and what you see in the back on the right-hand side, that's the addition. That's one photo. I'm gonna go ahead and switch it to another photo. And this is the rear.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Sorry for the technology. I don't know how to use Zoom that well.
That worked.
That worked.
I'm curious, why is the owner not available to testify today?
Since the meeting has been changed many times, he had a conflict today.
Okay.
Here, do we have an affidavit? Was he on the list?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, board members, any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that you admit those pictures as
Oh, yeah,
additional
you're
evidence.
right. Thank you. Those
If you could
pictures are,
email them to staff.
yes, thank you. Those are admitted as exhibit number 10. Thank you, sir.
Is the back of the house completed? I saw the insulation.
It's not complete. Basically, he stopped the work when he received the stop work order. That photo, it was just the building wrap, the vapor barrier, and siding, which is not complete, the whole siding.
Mr. Clements, can you tell us how this addition came to the attention of the city?
I believe. I'm not sure, actually. It either, there's two paths. Someone either reported it or a investigator just noticed it. So one of those two ways. To expand on Mr. Goran's question, though, we issue a stop work order when something like this happens, and then they cannot complete it until they get a building permit. And for this case, they need a variance. So until this is done, they either have to tear it down or can complete the siding.
All right, anyone else?
I'd offer
Questions?
a motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 23, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the vote.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your proposal is granted, sir. Good luck with your project.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, we're going to jump to docket number 8.
5.
Well, 5, I thought that was continued.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. Docket number 5 with an address of, or case number 11 with an address of 5114 Northeast Barnes. Will the applicant please raise their hand? And Anna, please call the case. I'm sorry.
This is docket item number 5, case CD BZA 2023-00011 for 5114 Northeast Barnes, a request to approve a variance to the standards of the zoning and development code in District R5 plus any other necessary variances on about 0.255 acres, generally located at 5114 Northeast Barnes Avenue. The staff planner is Jared Clement and the applicant is Logan Hayes. They are being promoted. As a reminder, this is a time for anyone who is the applicant's team, or members of the public who wish to provide public testimony on this case, for you to make yourselves known now, either on Zoom or in the chambers. Once the public hearing is opened, no additional attendees will be promoted. We have a Danielle for public testimony. They have been promoted. No one else has raised their hand on Zoom and no one else appears in the chambers.
All right. Will those providing testimony, please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
My name is Logan Hayes.
And you said I do, is that correct?
Correct.
And the next person?
Danielle Salino, I do.
Thank you. And sorry, I've got this open. Who's going to be testifying? Who's going to be testifying on your behalf today? Is that?
Logan is the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Logan. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes, there's a number of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we must admit for your case today. Do I have your approval to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clemens. Jared, please tell us about the case. Thank you.
Sure thing. So for docket item number 5, case number 11, the location is 5114 Northeast Barnes Avenue. The zoning district is R-5. Applicant in this case seeking approval of a variance to the R-5 side setback requirements. Helpful if I shared my screen to Zoom as well. Thank you, Randy. So the variance is to the R-5 side setback requirements in order to build an addition above an existing attached garage built near the property line. So this is the location of the subject site. More specifically, it's on Northeast Barnes Avenue near Northeast 50th Street. See from the orthographic photo that it is built pretty close to that northeast property line. So on the left is the existing conditions. On the right, you can see they are planning on doing some remodeling and adding an addition above that garage. That garage currently sits 2 feet 8 inches from the side property line, meaning it is a 4.33 foot variance. I believe it's a 7 foot requirement total. So a substantial change of the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated with this variance, given that the garage is already built to that setback. The difficulty technically could be obviated by a change in design. It was not built yet. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Board members, any questions for city staff on this? All right. Well, now it's time for the applicant's testimony. Mr. Hayes, please tell us why we should grant your motion today, your request.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my screen?
Please do.
All right. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
So I am simply going to share the staff report because it includes some of the photos that I think would be applicable to this request. So as you can see, the existing property, it's really the garage that starts to impede on that setback, that required setback line. And the reason we're asking for a variance in this case is the owner of the property has decided to renovate this property, include an addition to make the house more usable and more in tune with what is on the market today. And in order to do this in an economical fashion, the idea was to use the existing foundations. Part of those foundations are the garage foundations. And in doing so, it maintains that setback variance request. So one of the hardships in reason we're requesting this is, as you can see, the property has a pretty substantial grade difference between kind of the main level, the main house level, and where the garage is situated. And where the street connection is and the driveway is currently in that lower level. And if the design were to be able or be required to change and relocating the garage, then a substantial grading or substantial construction would have to occur to make that street connection happen and feasible. So that's one of the main reasons. The other reason is, again, that making it an economical addition so that it can move forward, as this has been a vacant property for some time, which included a non-permitted back sun porch that was apparently built by a previous owner that will be removed completely and incorporated into this new addition in a permitted construction.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hayes. And Mr. Hayes, the exhibits you're showing us are part of the staff report. Those are not new exhibits, are they, sir?
No, correct. These are part of the staff report.
Thank you. Board, any questions for the applicant? Public testimony. Danielle, thank you. Could you tell us why you're are you for or against this proposal, ma'am?
I am for this proposal. I actually work with Logan at Hive Design Collaborative. I'm working on this project with him. So I'm for this project.
Okay.
I guess, Mr. Hayes, has there been any commentary from the neighbors about this project?
We have not heard anything. As you can see, the adjacent house is actually pretty close to their setback line as well already, but we've not heard any commentary directly from neighbors.
Mr. Hayes, is that neighbor house, is that a rental or is that a owner occupied? Do you know?
I believe it is a rental. It is an existing duplex, so I would assume it is a rental.
Thank you. Board members, any other comments or questions?
Question, the staff report says it's a 7-foot variance and no zero setback.
Sorry, I thought I updated that. So the applicant did submit a new site plan that had more accurate measurements, and the original staff site plan that was submitted showed the garage right at this property line. But upon maybe a survey they did, I'm not sure exactly, they found that it was 2 feet 8 inches away rather than right to the property line.
So the variance is how much?
The variance is 4.33 feet. Sorry for the confusion. I did update the staff report, but it must not have been saved to the correct.
Mr. Clemens, do we have the revised site plan as in your presentation here, or do we need to get that admitted from?
It is this slide, yes. So the 5th slide has the revised site plan.
So it's part of the existing, do I need to admit that, or is that already in there?
Should be in there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So you'll just need to correct your staff report.
Nope. It's not there, is it?
The correction doesn't need to be made to the staff report. His presentation and the revised plans would suffice.
Okay, so we
When we
should
make the
refer to
motion,
the
we
staff
would-
report in the motion, I guess, because the staff report's fine.
Just with, yeah.
All right. Else?
I'd offer a motion.
Mind the. Thank you. Ms.
In
Mixdorf?
case number 11, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the revised site plan and the revised staff report, noting the variance of 4.33 feet.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Good luck with it. And thank you for coming today. Thank you. All right. We're going to go to docket number 7.
8. So docket item number 8 is case CD SUP 2023-00008 for 4624 North Norton Avenue, a request to approve a special use permit in District R6, which is a residential district on about 7 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of North Norton Avenue and Northeast 46th Street to allow for the construction of a new elementary school. And Justin Smith is going to be giving this presentation on behalf of Matthew Barnes. The applicant is Braden Taylor from MKEC Engineering. They have raised their hand online and I'm promoting you now. This is a reminder that anyone who is also on the applicant's team or a member of the public to raise their hand on Zoom to provide public testimony or to approach the microphone. Username 911515 has raised their hand. You will need to provide your legal name and address to be admitted. That's no one else has raised their hand. No one appears in the chambers.
All right. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? All those who are giving testimony today, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name, and I do or I don't.
Braden Taylor, I do.
Thank you. Who else? I didn't.
Brian, you're muted.
Brian, you're muted. Yep.
The next gentleman, can you state your name? It's not Brian.
This is Jeff Vandal with the North Kansas City School District, and I do.
Thank you.
Brian Hochstein, I do.
Thank you, everyone. There's a list of administrative exhibits, and I'm not quite there yet, but I will be. See it. And
The standard exhibits are not listed on the staff report, but it is 1 through 9 for.
there are a list of exhibits typically on here, things like our rules and regulations labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any problem with us admitting those to hear your case today?
No.
Great. Part of that is a presentation, and please tell us about the case, sir. Thank you.
All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yes,
Only see it on one side.
only one side, yeah.
Justin, when you go to share your screen, there's a tab for Microsoft Edge, there's a tab for the window, and there's a tab for entire screen. You're going to want to click that last tab. Yes.
All right, good morning. I will be sharing docket item number 8, case number CD SUP 2023-0008. It'll be a special use permit for Lakewood Elementary at 4624 North Norton Avenue. Here is the location just north of I-35 and south of Gladstone. You can see it on this map just north of I-35 on North Norton Avenue. Closer look. So here's the existing Lakewood Elementary School. The zoning is R6, so any civic use in a residential district requires a special use permit. This will be a rebuild of the existing Lakewood Elementary School, originally constructed in 1957. The proposal is roughly 48,000 square feet. Just a quick note about the pedestrian connections that are provided to the adjacent neighborhood to the west. The applicant has provided signed pedestrian connections to the area to the east across Norton Avenue. So on the left side of my screen, you'll see the existing site plan. And you can see the proposed site plan on the right. So a little bigger school, parking lot. Here's a note of the landscape plan. You can see the top of your screen will be to the west. You can see the lack of landscaping there. That is due to the grade and also the power lines around there. So here is you can see from the residential houses And that car right there is where the parking lot is. So the east elevation will be the side you see from Norton Avenue. It's a mixture of metal and brick siding, and the white is concrete. CPC's recommendation was approval with conditions. And that will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Mr. Taylor, you're going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant today?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Tell us why we should approve your case today, sir.
sure. I think Justin summarized the project well. The new school, will give additional student capacity to the area. It's going to provide more flexibility for the school district, just also moving forward. And we're just improving that existing school site for a very old existing school currently out there that's in need for replacement. Couple other things to note: the site, we will be providing new parking, sidewalks, utilities, and all that meeting code requirements. And then we are not applying for any variances. That's all I had.
Sir, there's a number of special conditions by City Planning Commission. Do you have any problem with those conditions as highlighted in the staff report today?
No, we agree with all those.
And is this complete tear down of the existing school and total rebuild?
Correct. Yep. Tear down of existing parking, building, pretty much everything. And then, yes, rebuild.
How long do you anticipate that building to take, sir?
Yeah, I think the plan is to start construction this summer 2023, with completion around December 2024, kind of that winter 2024, 2025 right there. So 18 months maybe.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions or questions of the applicant or his friends who are there? Gentlemen, do you want to offer any other additional testimony, or did you think you did okay there? Brian?
Nothing to add.
Okay, great.
Nothing to add from me either.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'd offer a motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 8, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Good luck with it. We'll see the school open in about 1.5 years.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. Docket item number 9 is case CD SUP 2023-00011, property 2100 Grand Boulevard. A request to approve a special use permit to allow for a hotel on a boulevard in the DX 15 zoning district on about 0.18 acres, generally located at 2100 Grand Boulevard. Jared Clements is the staff planner attached to this project, and the applicant is Omar and Anthony. Anthony Golden has raised their hand online. This is a reminder that anyone who is also a part of the applicant's team or a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this project to raise their hand on Zoom or approach the microphone in the city council chambers. So Michelle Lockman has raised their hand. They are being promoted. You must accept the promotion, Michelle. Go. They are
All right.
connected. No one else has raised their hand on Zoom and no one else has approached the microphone in the chambers.
Thank you. So let's swear everyone in. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
Please turn your microphone on and say I do, and state the name for the court reporter, please.
Michelle Lockman, I do.
Thank you.
Anthony Golden, I do.
Thank you.
And Michelle, are you part of the applicant's team or are you a member of the public?
I am part of the applicant's team.
And there are lists of, Anthony, are you going to be speaking on behalf, or is that who's talking on behalf of the case today?
I will be speaking on behalf of the owner.
All right, thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are part of your case. Do you have any problem with us submitting those for the hearing today?
Yeah, please admit those.
Okay, thank you. They are. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clements.
Thank you.
Here, please tell us about the case.
All right. So I will quickly share my screen and get started. Before us, we have docket item number 9. This case is located at 2100 Grand Boulevard, zoning district DX 15. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for hotel use on a boulevard.
Only seeing it on one side.
Only seeing it on one side.
Left side just says BZA screen presenter has started.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either.
We'll have it here in just a second. Thank you.
One moment. Something has changed between the last hearing and this one, and we're trying to,
No worries.
but the let me know if it matches now.
Nope.
So the solution that worked earlier now is not working, so I'll find another one. 1 second.
There you go.
Matching now?
Yes.
There you go.
Settings reverted to the last hearing. Fantastic. Okay, so before us, we have docket item number 9, located at 2100 Grand Boulevard, zoning district DX 15, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for a hotel on a boulevard. This is the location of the subject site. More specifically, it's on Grand Boulevard, just south of East 21st Street. It is Grand Boulevard that is making this special use permit required. Hotel uses on boulevards require a special use permit. So these are the key points of this case. It's a multi-story existing brick building. It's a mixed-use project, including a hotel, office, spa, and coffee shop. Conditions include issuing an alternative compliance lighting plan and requiring an alternative compliance parking plan to be applied for and approved prior to certificate of occupancy. And no public comment has been received by city staff on this project. These are some elevations of the site. You can see the entrance on Grand Boulevard on the east elevation on the far left of your screen. The building, Grand Boulevard is elevated at this location. So the front of this building is some 4 stories high, and then the rest of it is 5. Let's see. So this is just an enlarged elevation on the northwest. The applicant team did work with city staff to provide screening during the building permit phase where this entitlement necessity was caught. And during that time, we did work with the applicant team to get screening of their HVAC units in order to comply with section 88-425 of the zoning and development code. So this is special use permit analysis criteria. CPC staff found that it complied with the special use permit analysis criteria, and the CPC recommended approval subject to conditions. Be happy to answer any questions you might have. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Jared, is this to the north of the railroad tracks?
Yes, it is. Just barely.
Just right there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions of Jared other than mine? Okay, great. Who's speaking on behalf of their project today, sir? I think that was Wayland. Is that right?
Anthony.
Oh, Anthony, I'm sorry. Thank you. Anthony, tell us why we should approve your project today, sir.
Wayland's a really cool name. I like that.
Yeah.
No, this building has been vacant for a number of years. Also, the subject property to the south of us, 2110, has also been vacant for a number of years. The ownership group has actually bought and is in the current stages of renovation of both of these buildings. The specific use permit that we're wanting to do a B and B in the upper 3 stories, so floors 4, 5, and 6. Currently, there's no B and B in the area. We are directly across from the Western Auto loft buildings, and we've had some. We had our public meeting, and ended up sending out 600 some odd invites to the meeting. We only had 2 people show up, and those were members of the homeowners association for the loft. They were greatly in favor of our proposal due to the fact that some of their owners have tried to do bed and breakfast in their facility. So they're actually hoping that, once we get up and running, we will have something for them to be having guests across the street. We also promoted some clinical services and a coffee shop next door, which again, they've really been adamant that they really would like to see. And again, that will also take a lot of the blight from the lower and upper portion of Grand Boulevard, which they're tired of seeing. So, I mean, it's a win for pretty much everybody in the district.
Did the hotel have any comments, sir? The hotel that's maybe, a block north of you?
We, again, put everybody out on notice, and we received no comment from them.
And that ownership group who owns the hotel is not part of your ownership group. Is that correct, sir?
Not that I'm aware, sir.
Tell us about parking.
Well, currently we've got 5 or 6 spaces underneath. In fact, if Jared could share that site that's in the staff package.
So it is included in the staff report. I don't have an image of it on my PowerPoint. I can pull the staff report up if you would like, or if you would like to pull it up on your screens. Either works for me.
If you would pull it up, it would be great, because I don't have staff reports.
Hold on, I'm looking for it. How do I share request?
There should be a share screen button on your screen. Looks like a box with an arrow in it.
Okay.
It's there. Good.
All right. So we're lot 89 and 90. And the ownership group also owns lots 91 through 95. So the parking we're showing in this report right here, we are showing 14 of the 16 that are required. So we are actually technically short 2 parking stalls. The area that we're not seeing though, if you see lot 73 would be planned north, it would be to the west of the property. Our clients also own that, and the development of lot 73 will be included with the lot 91 through 95 by a separate permit. So we will have accessibility and parking through that area as well. We just will not have it currently for this project.
So is the main entry on this lower level then not on Grand, if that's where the parking is, or is the intent that people will enter off of Grand?
So Grand Boulevard, we have a major entry, but that is not, it's not accessible. There's 7 steps as you enter, because when they rebuilt Grand, remember this building was not intended to be entering on 3rd floor. So when they rebuilt Grand and raised the bypass, they ended up having to build the entrance into 3rd floor wherever the city put the street level. So the street level is about 4 feet higher than the Grand Boulevard. So they are proposing building a grand lobby off of 21st Street to the north of the property.
Gotcha. Okay.
In fact, I got plans. If you look at the plans I'm showing, can you see the A100?
Yes.
Okay. The area that I'm showing up here with the double doors, that actually enters off onto 21st Street. And then you have this large open vestibule and lobby that we have access to the elevator to this side, the coffee shop, and a future office on that main floor.
Mr. Clements, is that part of the exhibit? So I don't need to admit those, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, this is part of the staff report, sir.
And Mr. Clemens, do we need to address the 2 parking stall shortage is it already there?
So it's conditioned. They will have to apply for a alternative compliance parking plan, which is an administrative process, but we will hold them to the standards of the zoning and development code. But it allows you to do off-site parking since this is a 0 lot line building, essentially. Then they can go through that process with us and it won't hold up their special use permit. They can be issued the special use permit. And then that will be done prior to certificate of occupancy, which is kind of their last thing they get from the city before they can occupy the building.
And Anthony, there was some conditions by City Plan Commission. Do you have any issues with those conditions, sir?
There's one exception. They spoke of treating this as a high rise. That was one of the things I specifically mentioned, that one of our main entrances off of 3rd floor, which is within 3 floors of the upper level. So we are not considered a high rise. In fact, the core and shell building is permitted with that exception being, so that was the only exception that I had inference to.
Mr. Golden, do you mean a specific condition? Not just something they discussed in the meeting, but a condition on the permit? So it would be one of the next pages in what you're looking at here. It's these here. Do you have any? That's what the question's towards.
Labeled A to E. In your staff report, if you can take a peek at that.
Yeah, it's plan conditions, and I'm trying to find the conditions.
Are 1 through 10
See that.
after the administrative exhibits page.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, number 8.
Got it. The fire condition. So this is a condition put in by the fire department. I did reach out to the fire department and did not hear back from them on this condition. I believe that this condition would be applicable if this was a new building, and it is not. So I think it would be safe to remove.
The City Planning Commission did not remove this condition when they reviewed the case.
I'm sorry, Anna, say it again.
The City Planning Commission did not recommend to remove this condition when they reviewed the case.
See.
However, when they did permit the core and shell, this was brought in the code response and was accepted during the core and shell permit review. So now technically, we are just doing interior tenant finish permits at this time once the BZA has passed our approval to proceed.
Follow up with what Mr. Golden said and what I mentioned earlier, and maybe add a little bit more clarity to the situation. This is a little bit atypical in terms of our processes. This was caught during the need for this special use permit was caught during their shell permit review. So like the very first thing, so the outside of the building, which has since been approved, which this condition would have been caught in. Usually the shell permit would not have gone forward prior to the special use permit entitlement. However, this case it did. And so essentially this condition was handled prior. It was discussed with fire. So what their next steps are, the inside of the building, which this condition wouldn't apply to. So as I said, I think it's safe to remove.
CPC left it in.
I don't think that it was, we did not look at the condition page, and I don't think Mr. Golden, I don't think I should have described that to him, that it would have been better to have removed it there.
Yeah, we did send in a letter going through all of these conditions, but it was just not put part of the staff report. But it is on the Compass page as a submittal.
Board members, questions and or comments to city staff and or the applicant?
I have a question for the applicant. You mentioned B and B? Are you thinking bed and breakfast? Or are you thinking short-term rentals? Or what do you mean by that?
Bed and breakfast. They're
So I
looking,
think by code, hotel use, I think,
Okay,
covers both.
Board members, your comments to me and about condition 8. CPC, do we leave it in or?
discuss.
Well, condition 8 was the one that,
How does it read? I
oh,
don't
I'm
see it.
sorry. Here, take a peek.
It says buildings which have an occupiable floor greater than 75 feet above grade shall meet high-rise requirements.
I'm comfortable with removing that.
As am I. If this has already been through the permitting process, then the building will still need to meet all of the requirements as it goes through the rest of it before you get your occupancy. So
That is correct.
Any other comments from anyone else in the Zoom audience? Everyone okay?
I would offer a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 11, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein with the removal of condition 8.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Stiller. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion is approved or your project is approved, sir. Good luck with it.
Thank you, sir.
We're now against a time that we normally take a break. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and we'll be right back. Thank you. Let me know that.
Might be.
Coming back into live session in just a minute. All right, we're going to continue. Anna, please call docket 10.
Docket item number 10 is case CD SUP 2023-00012 for 7642 North Green Hills Road. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for an expansion to an existing school in the R 7.5, which is a residential zoning district on about 5.3 acres, generally located at North Green Hills Road and Northwest 76 Terrace, just east of Lake Wacomas. Connor Tomlin is the city planner. The applicant is Waylon. Jim Rich, who is the property owner, has raised their hand. This is a reminder for anyone else on the applicant or property owner's team to please raise their hand on Zoom or approach the mic, as well as anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this case. Once everyone is sworn in and public testimony is open, no other attendees will be admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay.
Everybody.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong one. I apologize. It'll just take a sec for me to get the right one. Sorry.
And I read the wrong applicant. My apologies. Kyle Kipps is the applicant and Jim Rich is the property owner. Jim Rich is online.
You second. Most. Sir, anyone who's giving testimony in this case, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? Please identify yourself to the court reporter, sir.
Kyle Kippis.
Kyle, and in the audience, in the Zoom audience, your name?
Jim Rich.
Jim Rich, is that a yes, I do?
I do.
Thank you, sir. There are, and Kyle, you're going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant today. Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Exhibits 1 to 9 are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Connor. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Today we've got CDSUP 2023-12 at 764. Oh, excuse me. 7642 North Ring Hills Road. A special use permit for expansions to Russell Jones Education. Can everyone see the screen? Okay.
Yes.
So the site is located here next to Lake Waukomis. Here's a closer view to the west and south. Are excuse me, are those city limits. Here is the site plan on the north side. Here is one. Excuse me, my allergies are killing me today. North side, you have this expansion, south side expansion, and a new parking lot next to the south side expansion. This is a plan showing all of their planting and landscape. It's going to be majority native species. CPC's recommendation was approval with conditions, with the removal of conditions 6 and 9. 6 has been satisfied. 9 is no longer applicable to this case. And with that, that ends my presentation.
Board members, do you have any questions of city staff? Mr. Kipps, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Russell Jones is an existing facility currently operating.
Speak into the microphone.
Russell Jones is an existing facility currently operating within the school district. It is a regional school. They are looking to expand to be able to care for more children. And with that comes additional requirements of additional utility improvements, additional parking improvements, and storm sewer improvements. I've satisfied city comments to this point, and we are in agreement with the city's conditions of approval.
So this is an addition to the school, right?
Yes,
Not a complete tear down.
on the north side and on the south side.
Right. How many students at the school, sir?
I believe approximately 30 to 35 at this time.
Board members, some more questions for Mr. Kipps?
What are the activities that'll take place in the additions?
So there are some additional recreational facilities that are going in. There's currently a half basketball court, and we are expanding that to be a full basketball court. There's also some of the improvements are being relocated due to the expansion. Like the swing set is at the location of the existing half basketball court, so that's getting relocated. And there was a garden area near the north expansion, and that's being relocated to the south.
Thank you.
Mr. Rich, do you have any other comments for us?
I do not, but just to clarify, I'm not the owner. I'm an owner's representative. So that's Park Hill School District is the owner of the property, but I'm sure you're well aware of that. But no, I don't have any additional comments.
And again, how many students are at this school?
It serves 30 to 35. These are students that may or may not have some trouble in the regular classroom. So this is our, they could be, some of them could be classified special ed, some are not. And it's our attempt to transition them back into the regular classroom. So it serves the entire district, and it is K through 12 age students. And that's why we're expanding is there's a larger need, so we can have some more students And as Kyle said, expand some of the recreational activities as well.
All right, thank you. Connor, condition I's got a yellow thing through it. What does that mean?
Oh, the
And-
yellow on the site plan?
Yeah.
That was just a previous mark I had. That's just the bike rack. That's something I had highlighted
Okay,
before any of the hearings, and I just forgot to get rid of that.
it's
yellow
okay.
highlight.
No worries. I was just making sure.
Have there been any comments from the neighbors?
There has not. We did hold the neighborhood meeting. We are not within one of the neighborhood districts, but there were, and we held it remotely. No one clicked on the Zoom link. Nobody came.
Any questions or comments or even a motion? And keep in mind about conditions 6 and 9. Oh, by the way, sir, I need to ask you that. There are a number of special conditions from CPC about your school. Other than conditions 6 and 9, do you have any other issues with those being in, with you fulfilling those conditions?
We do not have any issues with those. No.
I would offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 12, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein with the removal of conditions 6 and 9.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence. Fran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna, continue on with us, please.
Docket item number 11 is case CD SUP 2022-00013 for 16499 East 83rd Street. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for an event venue in the R80 zoning district. It's the residential zoning district on about 14 acres, generally located at 16499 East 83rd Street. Jared Clements is the staff planner attached to this case. The applicant is finally Wayland. They are online and I am admitting them. This is a reminder for anyone else on the applicant's team that wishes to speak or any members of the public who wish to provide public testimony. Please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. No one else has raised their hand on Zoom or approaches the mic in the chambers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just trying to find the right attachment here. I think
I
this is
cannot
the-
locate the right attachment.
I can't
It
either.
looked like there's a step. Isn't it?
See the Gary Pipes, some other things, but I don't see a staff report. Yeah. do
The
you?
staff comment letter, but I opened that and it's not the report. Yeah.
Is it linked to the right case, Jared?
Maybe the problem if it's going to,
2022. What we want.
Randy?
it might be linked to the wrong case.
It is linked to the wrong case.
So when you get to Compass KC that you're already at, go to the top and to the search bar like it's showing on my screen right now. You can search the case number, which is CD dash SUP dash 2022 dash 00013. And that should bring up the case.
Now, when I open mine, it defaults it into my browser. It doesn't actually go to the website. It just brings it all up in my PDF viewer. So it doesn't give me a searchability.
So
I
what
will
is it?
go to the-
It's SUP 2023-0013?
2022.
Oh, 2022.
It's probably what threw off the whole situation.
Lisa, I'm going to suggest that you prepare to print the materials for this case in the event that they can't. Just get it queued up to print in the event that they can't navigate to it. And then you guys will probably want to come back to this case while she's printing.
We do that. Let's move on to the next case. Excuse us on that one. And Anna, let's move up one and then come back to this one in a few minutes.
Okay. We have docket item number 12. This is case CD SUP 2023-0004 for 6709 East US 40 Highway, a request to approve a special use permit for a temporary structure used as a transfer station in the M3-1, which is a manufacturing zoning district on about 7.8 acres, generally located at 6709 East US 40 Highway. The applicant is Daniel Finn. This is a reminder for everyone online or in the city council chambers. If you are a member of the applicant or property owner team, please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. And for public testimony, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
we have a Judd Clausen. I'm promoting them, and an Anastasia Welch.
Judd Clausen is part of the development team. He's our civil engineer, and Anastasia Welch is with SCS Engineering. She's also part of our project team as an environmental engineer.
Great. So Anastasia, you have to accept the promotion. They are both connected. So it's everyone from the applicant team. No one appears in the city council chambers or online for public testimony.
Thank you. Will everyone please raise their right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Chris Maddox, I do.
Thank you.
Aiden Monheit, I do.
Judd Clausen, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Anastasia Welch, I do.
Thank you, Anastasia. Ms. Welsh, thank you. All right. Who's speaking here at the table?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Maddox. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm, office address of 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Suite 300, Kansas City, Missouri. Sitting to my right is a representative of the owner, Mr. Aiden Monheiser. And then virtually we have Judd Clausen and Anastasia Welch.
Great, thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 usually. I'm almost there now. Part of your staff report. Yes, labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any problem with us admitting those for your case today?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Larissa. Please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. And can you see the presentation on both screens? Great. All right. As was previously mentioned, this is CD SUP 2023-00004 for a special use permit for a temporary structure in District M3-1. This is the location of the site in relation to the rest of the city. And here you can see it is east of the Blue River and north of Interstate 70. The developer is proposing the building just here south of the existing transfer station, and it will be used as a shingle recycling building, approximately 15,000 square feet. To the south of the shingle recycling building is a proposed rain garden. And the structure is temporary in nature. So the building materials do match what that is being proposed. The rest of the shingles recycling is in compliance with all of the requirements found in the code. And here's what the site looks like today. And there is one condition that needs to be updated since we started. It's the addition of the that the existing Mark II transfer station receive a 3-year extension. This current proposal for the shingles recycling is also needs to come back in 3 years. It's a temporary structure, and in 3 years, I'll let the applicant go into a little more detail on that. But if it is a successful enterprise, they will come back to put in a more permanent structure. I would also like to clarify that in the staff report, I mentioned need for a variance for the height of the structure. However, after further review, that variance is no longer needed. And that's the end of my staff report, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Ms. Larissa. Board members, any questions for staff?
What was the variance that's no longer applicable?
It was a variance for the height. They were a couple feet over. This is being seen as a principal structure as well. And previously it went through, it was reviewed as an accessory structure. So there's limits on the accessory structure, but since this is a principal structure, they are in compliance with the height requirements.
Is that still listed in the staff report?
The variance? Yes.
Number is it?
Are you asking for the amount of the variance that was originally requested?
Thank you.
No, this number
Haven't-
doesn't have one.
Just says proposed.
It's located on page 5 of the staff report. The section of the code reads that accessory buildings and structures may not exceed 25 feet in height. And the proposal was 28
That's
feet.
fine. I just want to know how to refer to it.
Oh,
I
right.
don't have a staff report, but I've got it now. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Maddox, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is a green initiative. I think the city has in its code and its new master plan really taken on the mantle of wanting to be greener. And I think that this project does that. I have a brief presentation that will walk through kind of the operations, layout, design, and then of course our project team can be available to answer any questions that you all may have. On our title slide.
1 second.
We can, yep. That pulled up.
This thing. This.
And we're going to admit this as exhibit number 10.
Number 9. I believe it's identified as number 9.
Oh, it's already been part of the exhibit? Is it?
I emailed it back as part of the May 11th
Sure,
docket.
then that's already part of it, part of the packet. See it, but
I'm sorry, April 11th, excuse me. So the Mark II transfer station, as you can see here, is an existing transfer station, one of 3 in the Kansas City, Missouri area. It was originally approved for construction and demolition debris, and part of that includes shingle waste. Shingles are pulled off of roofs anytime people get a new roof. And that portion of that waste just gets brought into the facility and treated like all other construction and demolition debris waste. All of that waste then is aggregated into larger semi-truck trailers that you can see on the top there that drive underneath that main floor. And that waste just gets pushed into the back of a semi-truck and then hauled off to a landfill where it just sits. And that's not very green. There are different ways that we can divert some of these waste streams if there is a market for alternative uses. And so our proposal today is to add a 15,000 square foot temporary proof of concept structure that will allow us to internally divert that shingle waste stream, pull it over into this new structure, fully enclosed, do a very minor processing operation to grind it up into kind of a smaller aggregate. There will be a lot of sorting and separation, both manual and mechanical involved. And then what the result of that is a new product, one that can be used by MoDOT. And we'll get into more details about what that market looks like. Next slide, please. So today's request, as explained by staff, is slightly modified. We are requesting approval of a special use permit, which serves as a development plan for 2 primary structures on a single lot, one of them being the existing transfer station, and the other one being this new proposed temporary structure. With the classification of this second structure as another principal structure, the height limit for accessory structures no longer applies, which is why we no longer need a variance today. Next slide, please. I think Anna's already, I'm sorry. Thank you, Lisa. Has already reminded me of the location. I think we're all familiar with that. Next slide, please. Again, here's the layout. Access is primarily off of Highway 40, with Westport Independence Road being public right-of-way. And then we recently, I don't think the GIS map has been updated, but we did file a final plat. And then part of Westport Independence Road now kind of curves down to the south. And so that tail on our former property is now also public right of way. And so we just have access then right at our property line at the top of that triangle. The approval history for this project, back in 2018, it was rezoned from N15 to M3. So this has always kind of been an industrial manufacturing area. And then in February of 2019, the Board of Zoning Adjustment approved the original special use permit for construction and demolition debris waste. That special use permit was expanded then in November of 2020 to also allow municipal waste. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the process that we have currently at the site. So all of that inbound waste will come in as it normally does. We do not anticipate that we will generate any new trips because we already handle this volume of waste. It's not a new waste stream. We don't anticipate any new trip generations. The shingles will be segregated from the inbound waste and transferred to the new temporary structure. And then again, that mechanical and employee staff will sort the waste, screen it, grind it, and then a new waste product will leave the facility in the same manner as existing outbound trailers leave. But it will be diverted away from a landfill and go to a subsequent facility for further processing. So these are the operating characteristics for the shingle recycling center. Again, it's completely enclosed as required by the code. So all odor, noise, and dust control events are reviewed and approved by Missouri Department of Natural Resources. Anastasia Welch is our environmental engineer who handles all of those applications. And so this is a very regulated industry, and a lot of these externalities are regulated by the state. All unloading, processing, and reloading activities will occur indoors. Dust will be controlled and mitigated through sprayers and sprinklers in site, both to keep that dust inside the facility and for the health and safety of our employees. Any water that is any wastewater generated from that will be treated as wastewater. Shingles are not known to generate any odors or attract any or sort of rodents or birds, so there shouldn't be any negative externalities associated with that. And we also don't expect there to be any wind-blown waste as a result of this diversion activity now occurring on our site. Next slide. So again, this facility is a proposed 15,000 square foot temporary structure. MoDOT, we'll get to another slide. MoDOT did not require a traffic impact study because again, we have existing inbound and outbound traffic volumes, which we don't anticipate to change. And we've kind of, I think, addressed a lot of these other items on this slide. So this is actually a screenshot of MoDOT's website. They have a section on their website dedicated to shingle recycling and alternative uses that they can use. So MoDOT is among one of the first state agencies in the nation to incorporate shingle recycling into the construction of asphalt roadways. They do it for a number of reasons, but the primary benefits is it generates cost savings. It's more cost effective to use this shingle product than it is to go purchase new asphalt. And then beyond just the business case, the financial case for why MoDOT is interested in something like this, it's also green. We're not putting this asphalt waste into landfills where it'll fill up and take up space needed for other items. And so by taking the shingle waste, reprocessing it, and then incorporating, I think it's up to 5% of a roadway project can use this product as an input. So it actually cuts down then the amount of petroleum that MoDOT needs, new petroleum, and to put into these roads by 20 to 25%. So MoDOT is already on board with something like this. So this project really is a proof of concept. It's a pilot program to make sure that at this phase of the cycle of this waste stream, that we can profitably, conduct this aspect of the business and be a partner and a supplier of this product to MoDOT. Next slide, please. Again, here's our site plan. So we would propose, you can see at the top here where the semi-truck trailers on the north side of our site come underneath the existing transfer station and loop around. We would propose a new drive connection where, any sort of outbound waste, those truck trailers will still follow the same path and then come into this facility to receive the outbound waste. Internally on our site, if there are shingle waste as they pull in and we identify that load as having shingles in them, they will be segregated from the primary transfer station to the north and brought to the new shingle recycling facility where they'll be separated, sorted. They'll pull out roofing nails and other things that can't be included in this product, and then processed completely indoors. Then they'll be loaded onto the trucks, covered, tarped. The trucks will then exit up to Westport Independence the same way as all of our other outbound traffic currently leaves the site. I included the grading plan, and Judd Clausen, our civil engineer, could talk to this in more detail if there are any questions about that. Next slide. We do propose, and I think Judd might be able to talk about this, some more detention because we are increasing the impervious area to the south. We are going to be adding an additional detention pond. So there's our landscaping plan on this sheet. And then at CPC, we did have support. We reached out as part of our public engagement process to the Blue Valley Industrial Association, and they authored a letter. We requested that it be notarized, but with the holiday and everything, it just kind of got lost in the shuffle. That was part of our CPC. We do have their support, but we don't have a separate exhibit with that letter. And then this is an email that I received from MoDOT confirming that no traffic impact study is required because there is no net new trip generations expected from this project. And I think that is pretty much all we have on our primary presentation. Happy at this point in time to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox.
You mentioned temporary. What's a projected time frame to demonstrate that
Viability
it'll work?
That's a great question. So the new condition 5 gives us a 3-year timeline to kind of work with our proof of concept. We anticipate we have a supplier who's going to provide, it's a prefabricated structure that we were renting for that period of time. And we're hoping to get that up and running. I don't think we're going to be able to make it this current year, but it would be spring of 2024. So then that would start our clock of when we would begin our operations. So spring of 2024 to June of 2026 would give I think about 2.5, just over 2 years for our business case to be made.
Gorence?
A question you actually, I think in the, but this will not hurt any of the ecology of the neighborhood.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't quite hear your question.
This won't hurt any of the ecology in the neighborhood. No.
I think Judd and Anastasia are more qualified to answer that, but we did provide the full set of we have studies, water runoff. All of that is there's local regulation on that, and all of our plans conform to the city code. And then more importantly, when it comes to the environmental issues, possible contamination, all of that is regulated by the state. And yeah.
Kind of interested myself there. So. Thank you.
Yep.
And sir, the new Jackson County Detention Center is very near this property, as I recall. Correct?
Yes, it sits just on the other side of Highway 40, just north of us.
Let's see here.
How many people will be employed?
Create about six to 10 new jobs.
Ms. Larissa, so condition 5 of the city planning, you said that we're to ignore that one?
It's been revised. So I just added in the second portion of it, and I can pull my PowerPoint up if you'd like to see it one more time.
Well, so we need to modify that one to.
Correct. Yep, to include the second portion of that sentence.
Could we see that one more time?
Yeah.
So the staff approval by the zoning adjustment.
And it's this portion. I'll highlight it for you.
So it received a 3-year extension from the date of approval.
Well, that's for the existing facility. Correct. Right? Yeah.
Since we're putting two primary structures kind of on one lot, it kind of makes it administratively convenient if we just have one timeframe.
Right.
Rather than two timeframes where you have to come back multiple times in different cycles to get approvals. So now everything will just be on one approval schedule. And so administratively it was agreed to by staff and the applicant that would be acceptable. And we hope it is for you.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. You did a fine presentation. Do you want to encourage any of your other people in the Zoom class to come forward or?
Well, I have brought the big guns with me because anytime you have, a recycling use like this, we just don't know what to expect. But we do have very qualified engineers and experts who have been hardworking on this project. We've been working on this, I think, for almost a year. And so there's been a lot of engineering, a lot of, planning and design into this to make it a successful project.
I'm just curious, where does it go from here to the MoDOT facility? Where is that MoDOT facility?
Well, there's several asphalt plants in town that supply the product to MoDOT and work on the road. So Idecker, Superior, Bowen.
That's fine.
It would mix it into the
they would mix
aggregate.
it into the aggregate to
Right.
supply.
Okay, thank you. Else?
Promotion.
Go ahead, Ms. McStorff.
Case number 4, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and there were revisions to condition 5
And elimination of the height requirement.
and removal of the height requirement, correct?
Second. Okay, second from Mr. Stiller to my right, not that it matters. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
McStorff.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen. Your motion is approved.
Thank
Thanks
you
again,
for your
Mr. Maddox. Very nice proposal. Thanks again.
Thank you, Bruce.
We jumping back one or we
I don't think the printouts are prepared yet, so we'll do 13.
keep on going? Okay.
You can just email people the link otherwise. I've got it up on my screen. Oh, wait, okay.
Docket item number 13 is case CD SUP 2023-00015 for 4518 Troost Avenue. This is a request to approve a special use permit for an event space called Firehouse Casey Event Center in the B3-2 zoning district. This is a commercial commercial zoning district on about 0.15 acres, generally located on the west side of Troost between 45th Street on the north and Brush Creek Boulevard to the south. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner associated with this project. And then Erica Hartley and Lance Carlton are the property owners. I see that they are online. Promoting them now. This is another reminder that anyone else that's a part of the applicant or ownership team to raise their hand on Zoom or approach the microphone, as well as any individuals who wish to provide public testimony on this case.
Thank you. So we're all in the back.
The property owner is attached to the Zoom meetings. They're available, and no one else raised their hand on Zoom or has approached their microphone in the city council chambers.
Yeah. I just need a moment. Goes almost. We have Miss Hartley, is that right?
Lance and Erica are online.
Okay, thanks. Will both of you raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
I do.
And please, as you say, I do, please give your name for the court reporter.
Erica Hartley.
And Lance Carlton.
Thank you. Part of your case today is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Olafu. I don't see those in here, but I'm sure they're there someplace.
They're there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there, I think.
Are they 1 to 9? I see 1 to 10 on something, but I'm sure that's not it.
Technically, they're labeled 1 through 8, but there are 9 exhibits.
Okay, thank you. And part of those, do you have a problem having us admit those exhibits for your case? Who's ever speaking, Mr. Hartley or Ms. Hartley?
No, that's fine to submit.
Okay, great. Part of that is a presentation by Olafu on your case. And Olafu, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Olafu Agbaje, City Planning and Development Staff. This next case, CDSUP 2023-2023-00015, is a request for approval of a special use permit for what's known as Firehouse KC Event Center. So I mislabeled that. I want to correct it. It's Firehouse KC Event Center. This is located in the Midtown where my arrow is pointing just off 71 Bruce Watkins. Just on your screen, it's on the west side of Troost Avenue, just south of 45th Street and just north of Brush Creek Boulevard. This is the specific site. It's an existing fire station that was refurbished and transformed to an event center. And I'll just give you a quick background. So currently it's about 0.15 acres in size, zone B3-2. Address is 4518 Troost. It's within the Midtown Plaza area and it's also within the Troost Corridor Overlay District. This was again refurbished into an event center. This was granted approval by the BZA back in July of 2019, and the approval was granted for 20 years, and they are back for reapproval following having operated this at this location for that period of time. As part of that process, they did go through another public engagement process, which they negotiated the prior conditions with the neighbors, and it came down to 4 revised conditions. So the conditions have been updated to meet current situation and today's situation. Again, this is the fire station refurbished. This is what it looks like. And this is the site plan and the floor plan all in one. And so again, this went to CPC back on May 2nd, and the recommendation was for approval subject to the 4 conditions. And that ends my presentation. Take any questions.
Board members, any questions for Baji? So Olafu.
What are the 4 conditions?
Oh, here they
are. Oh, the 4 conditions, they're on there. It's part of the same conditions, but just modified and updated by both the neighbors and operator, and Lance can go into those better because they negotiated this with the.
Sure. Is it okay if I speak and elaborate a little more?
I'm going to ask Olafu one question, then I'll let you present your case.
Sure.
Just take a second. Thanks. So Olafu, from 2019, they were granted 2-year to 2021, prime COVID time. So we didn't do anything for 2 years till now. Is that correct?
It just reapplied for after COVID. So they just reapplied.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Anyone other questions of staff? Hearing none. Tell us why we should grant your request today, sir.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, we're an existing business and it's an event space. It's a smaller event space hosting up to 150 people per event. And we found we've done a lot of work along Troost as developers and operators of this business. And our mission has always been to help revitalize or be a part of the revitalization of Troost. And this building and this event center does just that. It brings new people, new faces to this area of Troost. And we're trying to be a part of rehabbing these older buildings and bringing business and commerce to this area. One of the things we've noticed in the last several years is catering to a lot of nonprofit businesses. So that's been something that we didn't anticipate and we hope to continue to cater to. while also catering to wedding and private events. But it's a business that is on Troost, and we're hopeful to keep continuing it and improving its operations.
Thank you for that.
Sure. And then in regards to the conditions, we have a close relationship, I would say, with what we've tried to with the neighborhood. And, we're abutting some residential. So, noise is always a concern. So we've worked with the neighbors in our initial special use permit to come up with some parameters for operating hours and access to outside. And these 4 conditions elaborate upon what was originally agreed upon. And one of them is simply shifting a fence. Our fence is built probably right on the property line, and the neighboring properties have garages right on the property line. So there's been a maintenance issue on the backside of the fence. So we are committed to shifting that fence to allow more access for maintenance of our neighbors' garages. The other is controlling the parking area after events and making sure folks vacate the parking area by a specific time. For Friday and Saturday nights, it's 12 a.m. and throughout the rest of the week, it's p.m. And throughout the rest of the week, it's 11 p.m. So putting some more parameters around that. The other was making sure the folks that rent the event space don't use fireworks. I think when people have weddings, they've been using fireworks. So it's a local ordinance. You're not allowed to use fireworks. So we're going to make sure that that's included in our rental contracts. And then the fourth was.
That was already in there. We were
Yeah, it was just
reiterating.
reiterating the hours of operation. So, but we have a good relationship with the neighbors. I think we've had 3 meetings with them over the last couple of months as part of the renewal of the special use permit. And all have seemed to be supportive.
Thank you.
Sure.
Remember some questions of them? About how many events per year, Miss Hartley or Mr. Carlton?
Sure. I believe last year, so part of it is during COVID, obviously, that was a little bumpy. So we have been ramping up. I believe last year we did approximately 70 events. I believe about half of those were weddings and half of those were nonprofits.
And the nonprofit events
Or private, yes. Excuse me.
Yeah, are typically during the work week.
When you had your meeting to discuss this BZA, sometimes neighbors come out. Did you have a good turnout for this?
We had physical turnout because we met in person once, and then
The first of our initial neighborhood meeting.
the initial neighborhood meeting was 7 people, 8 people.
Are you talking about the online or your first one in 2019?
Oh, in 2019 it was quite a bit, but more recently.
We
5
had,
people?
4 or 5 neighborhood. Yeah. And we had one person speaking on behalf of 3 other neighbors who were out of town. We did it virtually to hopefully allow for more people to come on. So we had a pretty good representation though from the HOA or
Yeah, there was an HOA leader, Levon, and then there was 2 actual neighbors because they're the most impacted by it that were part of the meetings. And then of those 2 neighbors, one of them was representing another neighbor and voicing her opinion. So as you can imagine, the folks that live closest are the most, the ones that want to be, that spoke up. And we met with all of them.
Yes.
And the neighbor to the east of your facility, that'd be the one most impacted with noise or things like that. I mean, I'm talking about in behind you.
Yeah, that's to the west would be behind us. So those are the neighbors that we've met with in person and over the phone and worked with closely.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Question.
Go ahead.
Will you lease any event to, for them to have alcohol inside?
We, as the owner and operator, do not sell alcohol. That is something that we've discussed with the neighborhood, and at this point in time, we're not looking to be in selling the alcohol business, and the neighborhood doesn't want us selling alcohol. Now, if there is a wedding or a nonprofit event, which are the two prominent venues, they will hire a caterer or a licensed bartender to serve alcohol. Now, they are serving alcohol for private events only, and but we're hiring anyone that serves alcohol has to submit a permit or a license and comply with the local regulations. But yes, there is alcohol served.
And alcohol service ends 1 hour prior to the event end as well.
Yeah.
And I think we've already reiterated this. There's a list of conditions from city staff. Do you have any problem with those as part of your case today?
No.
My understanding is the 4 on the screen are going to replace the 10 conditions. Is that correct?
Yes. Those are the 10 concised into the 4, so they will replace the 4.
The board members, be sure to take that into consideration when you make your proposal today, if you make one. You're good on the.
In case number 15, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan staff report and with the 4 new conditions replacing the previous conditions.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
McStorff.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your proposal has been granted. Good luck with your project for the next couple of years. Thanks again. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Anna?
Were the printouts provided for, okay, we can go back to number 11.
Hey. Jared.
As a refresher, docket item number 11 is case CD SUP 2022-00013, 16499 East 83rd Street. A request to approve a special use permit to allow for an event space in the R80 zoning district. This is a residential zoning district on about 14 acres, generally located at 16499 East 83rd Street. The applicant is Wayland. They are online. This is a reminder that anyone who is also a part of the applicant or ownership group to raise your hand now on Zoom or approach the microphone, as well as anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this case. Once the public hearing is opened, new panelists will not be admitted. No one else has raised their hand on Zoom and no one approaches the microphone in the city council chambers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wayland, Art, will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And state your name again for the court reporter.
Wayland Arndt, Re-envision Design.
Thank you. Sir, as part of your case today, there are administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we must admit in order to hear your case. Do you have a problem with us admitting those?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clemens on your case. Please go ahead, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I'm going to try, there we go. Wasn't populating the correct.
There you go.
feature.
Perfect.
If you can see that on both screens, fantastic. So before us, we have docket item number 11, case number CDSUP 2022-00013, located at 16499 East 83rd Street. Zoning District R80, the applicant in this case seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for an event venue. This is the location of the subject site. It's on the far eastern border of Kansas City, right next to Lee Summit. More specifically, you can see here it's on Lee Summit Road, just south of East 83rd Street. Majority of their facilities are to the north of the property there, you can see, and there's a lake to the south. This is one of the site plans provided by the applicant, showing the fire lanes that they are including as part of their special use permit, as well as their updated parking plan, and the buildings on the subject site. This operation typically hosts events for weddings, and other parties on the site. Let's see. So the key points of this case: it's a 15-acre rural event venue. It's a 5-year SUP renewal date conditioned. Conditions also include receiving a certificate of occupancy for the associated use within 1 year of the issuance date of the special use permit. We have received 3 notarized letters of support from surrounding property owners for this case. These are the criteria which staff found the special use permit to be in compliance with. The City Plan Commission voted to recommend approval subject to conditions. Happy to answer any questions about this case you all might have. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions of city staff? If not, Mr. Arndt, tell us why we should grant your request today, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Apologies in advance on Mr. Oppenheimer, the owner's inability to attend a meeting with the rescheduling. He'd like to have been here to answer any further questions, but hopefully I can adequately answer on his behalf. This event, Mr. Clements mentioned wedding venues, but as one of the previous cases stated, there actually are significant amount of fundraisers and art type festivals, with much of the proceeds going to charity events. Sometimes it's used by St. Michael's, the Archangel school campus, which is next door, which Mr. Oppenheimer actually donated the land to for that project. He has determined at this point in his life that he gets a lot of joy out of being able to share his farm he's owned for over 30 years now with others. It brings him and his family a lot of joy, and he really, based off the feedback that we've gotten from the neighborhood meetings, which actually ended up doing 2 of them because one of them was held outside and we didn't realize that that was not acceptable. So we did a redo. We received the same level of support from the surrounding neighbors, including former fire chief, Mrs. Lake, was in attendance at the outdoor meeting that we held. We've also got substantial support from St. Michael's, the Archangel, as well as the Little Blue Valley Neighborhood Association. So we have most of the neighbors are really excited about the things that happen there. Their fear is that if it wasn't used for this, then it could be used for something else, which might involve a higher density housing situation and really destroy the rural nature of the property, which is what is sought after and what Mr. Oppenheimer enjoys sharing with the community.
Okay. Is the tent up all the time?
So the tent, the tents are they are a temporary structure regulated by the fire department. Those tents, and under this proposal, they will abide by that requirement where the fire department does the inspection of the installation, and they are allowed to be up for 6 months, no more than 6 months out of the year. So they will be taken down to make sure that they observe that. And each time they set them up, I believe they have to have the reinspection with the fire department. This is separate from the permanent structures, which I don't know if you guys would like me to share the owner exhibit to kind of give you a better idea of how, I think most of these might relate to a wedding, but I can kind of briefly go through them. Otherwise, I'll just reserve the time because I know you guys have plenty of other projects.
Are those the same ones that are already in the staff report?
Those are the same, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we're okay then.
Okay, thank you.
How many
Yeah.
events, how many events are you proposing? Do you think you'll have out there?
I think the idea is to have about 50 events. It's a primarily outdoor, unconditioned, venue. So they definitely are shut down during the late fall, winter, and early spring. So another thing that I wanted to mention, sorry to get off topic if that's the case, but the owner has done substantial improvements to egress, lighting, signage, doors, functionality. A lot of these structures are open-sided because they're essentially, barns and been used, previously for agricultural purposes. But we've also done significant improvements to handicap ADA access to try to ensure an equal experience for all attendees. We've also identified some areas that, with the building department that we, like the loft of the barn, that we will no longer be able to use as a gathering space, just based off of, the code requirements and something that we unfortunately can't meet about it being at grade level. So that will be used for business purposes rather than for meeting congregation type things. It's a really beautiful space, but they would only have up to 30 people up there. We did actually put a second exit in, but it still doesn't fully meet the spirit of the code as it's come to understand.
Thank you. Okay. Board members, any other questions or comments? And I think there was conditions. Mr. Orange, you didn't have any problem with those special conditions from CPC?
No, sir. No, sir.
City Planning Commission, excuse me. They were labeled 1 to 11.
We do not, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
in case number 13, I would move that the board grant the request. Accordance with staff report, site plan, and the city plan commission conditions.
Perfect. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Miss Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board.
All right. Think we're jumping to number 14, Anna? Docket number 14.
Okay, we'll do docket item number 14, CD SUP 2023-00016 for 2000 Gwinnett Avenue. A request to approve a special use permit for outdoor warehousing wholesaling use in District M1-5, which is a manufacturing district on about 2.7 acres, generally located at 2000 Gwinnett Avenue. The applicant is Brian from MKEC Engineering. They are online. I'm promoting them as a panelist. This is another reminder that if you are part of the applicant or ownership team or a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony, the time is now to raise your hand on Zoom or approach the microphone in the chambers. Bill Hampel has raised their hand. As once the public hearing has opened, no new participants will be admitted. Bill, you have to accept the promotion. And then identify yourself as either part of the applicant team or providing public testimony. Bill's connected. So is Brian. No one else has raised their hand. No one else appears in the chambers. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner associated with the.
Thank you. And so we just have Mr. Huckstein in the proposal today? Yes?
Yeah, and Bill Hample is the owner.
Okay, great. I'm going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn in. Is there anyone else with you there, Brian, or just you?
It's just me and Bill.
Okay, gotcha. Do you mind raising your right hand and taking the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Brian Hochstein.
Thank you. Brian, as part of your case today, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do you have a problem with us admitting those for your hearing today?
No, please admit them.
Great, thank you. Those are admitted. And part of that is a presentation by Ms. Khan. Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you. Go ahead. You're ready.
All right. As stated, this is a special use permit for Hample Oil at 2000 Gwinnett Avenue. The subject site is generally located just south of the Missouri River, northeast of downtown. This is a close-up of the subject site highlighted in yellow. It is zoned M1-5, and there is one existing building on the site that will remain with this special use permit. Here is the site plan provided. You can see the existing building on the site over on the right side. And really this special use permit is to allow outdoor, it's all grouped in the code, but it's warehousing, wholesaling, storage. And so what the applicant is proposing is to have some large concrete storage tanks on this concrete pad in the center of the site. They are proposing 4 tanks that will hold, some tanks will hold diesel fuel and some tanks will hold gasoline. And this is an image of what they will look like. This is the landscape plan, also showing the proposed fencing for the site and just some additional landscaping to screen the parking area. This area is largely industrial in nature, so the screening isn't incredibly sensitive for, there's no residential uses adjacent. And then this is just a couple of street views of the site. This is the existing building that I believe there will be some renovation to. And then this is the concrete area of the site where those tanks will be located. The City Plan Commission recommended approval subject to conditions for this project. And I can take any questions at this time.
I see a picture of the tanks again. I looked down and missed it.
This is an example. Bill Hample has a handful of these around, so I believe this is from another location.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any questions of city staff? Mr. Hochstein, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Good afternoon. So this site is unique in that it has a previous life storing materials such not exactly like this, but it had, in its past life has stored chemicals and other stuff on site. Those storage tanks were removed as part of the sale of this property. So when our owner was looking for a property, it can be difficult to find a place when you're trying to do fuel storage. To clarify, what we're looking at is 4 30,000-gallon diesel tanks and then 1 20,000-gallon gasoline tank. The containment that you saw around it is concrete, is specifically designed to contain any spillage. That means spillage of a connection when they're filling or offloading a tank, or any larger spillage. The other thing I want to point out is we have another area for where we have to contain for the truck parking. And so when we are offloading, so that contains anything that the truck is offloading. This site is well suited for this. It's already mostly impervious, and we're going to secure the site with new fencing, add a little bit of landscaping, and the building, for all intents and purposes, is being completely gutted. Unfortunately, it was vandalized, and a lot of the water and electricals being replaced as well. So I'll take any questions you have about the property or what we're doing with it. But we do agree with the conditions that are set forth by the City Planning and Development.
Thank you, Ms. Hochstein. I've got a quick question for you. How tall are the tanks?
I think they vary in size, but let me.
You don't have to be exact.
I can answer that for you real quickly. Bill Hample. And the largest tanks, the 30,000 gallon tanks, would be about 35 feet tall.
Mr. Hample, I've got to swear you in because I don't think I did that before.
No. Okay.
So please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
And you state your name one more time for the court reporter.
William J. Hample.
Thank you. And again, your comment, sir, on the height?
On the tank height, the largest ones, the 30,000 gallon tanks would be approximately 35 feet high to the top.
Any neighbor opposition? I know you're in an industrial region. Any neighborhood opposition?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bill.
Bill.
As a matter of fact, we've talked to most of the neighbors, and they would welcome. The property right now is vacant, and it's, I don't know, like encouraging maybe, is maybe the wrong word, but a lot of vandalism has occurred, especially on the property that we purchased. And so I think that's kind of the case for some of the surrounding properties, is that once, if it's occupied, and which we obviously would be doing, is that some of that that vandalism would probably be contained, would go away. So neighbors would that we've talked to definitely are encouraging that.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Hamel?
I'd offer a motion.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Go ahead.
In case number 16, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Anna?
Moritz.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Thank you very much. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Anna, it's up to you again.
I think it's appropriate to recess for lunch break.
Sure. Perfect. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Yes? Staff? Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. The afternoon session of the Board of Zoning Adjustment is called to order. And Anna, will you call our next case, please?
Before us, we have docket item number 15. This is CD BZA 2022-00018 for 5600 Nolan Road. A request to approve a variance for two structures on one lot on about 3.2 acres, generally located at 5600 Norland Road, plus any other necessary variances. I am the staff planner associated with this case, and Brian Kingsbury, he is the applicant. He is online. Anyone else part of the applicant or ownership team needs to raise their hand online now or walk up to the microphone in the city council chambers, as well as anyone who wishes to provide public testimony. As stated previously, once the public hearing is open, there will be no other panelists admitted. Brian is connected, as well as Nicole.
Hello, Brian and Nicole. Will you raise your right hands to be sworn in? I don't see you yet.
Brian and Nicole, please turn on your cameras and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
What about Miss Nicole?
I'm trying to figure out how to put her video. Oh, there. Okay.
Okay, we're good to go. Will each of you raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
I do.
And please state your name and then say I do, if you don't mind. Go ahead.
Brian Kingsbury. I do.
Nicole Beaton, I do.
Thank you, Nicole.
And Nicole, are you for public testimony or are you with the applicant / property owner group?
I am the property owner, but Brian is going to be speaking on the technical terms for this request.
As part of your case today, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. I'm almost there yet. Yes, 1 to 9. Do you have a problem with us admitting those for your hearing today?
I don't know what one does. Oh, from what we submitted, yes.
Yeah, they're just standard administrative exhibits that talk about applications and rules and regulations, things like that. They're fairly straightforward.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Anna on your case. So please take us there. Thank you.
Is that who's supposed to speak now?
No, Anna and our city staff's going to take over. We'll get to you in a minute.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Are we good right there?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
So before us is docket item number 15 for case CD BZA 2022-00018. Property in question is 5600 Nolan Road. The site is zoned R80 and the applicant is requesting a variance to permit two primary structures on one lot. The site is located in the very eastern portion of Kansas City, kind of towards Lee Summit. And then this is a close-up of the subject site at the intersection of East 55th Terrace and Nolan Road. As you can see, there are two structures on one lot at this time. My cursor is circling around one house that has a driveway to East 55th Terrace. Then here is another structure with a tiny drive also on to East 55th Terrace. This is a screenshot from Google Street View of the two homes in question. So there is a white building over to the right-hand side of the screen, and then that second structure over to the left. Per our code, you can only have one primary structure on a lot, especially for residential homes. So the variance in question is to permit these two primary structures on one lot. We did not find any records that this home was, like legally established. So they are requesting a full deviation. There will not be some substantial change in the neighborhood if this variance is approved because the structure is existing. Some other ways that this variance could be obviated is to have an approved CLNU. Again, that's if there is evidence that it was ever legally built, or if the property owner were to subdivide the lots, but due to the R80 zoning district, this subdivision would also require some variances needed because it is creating two R80 lots. There's certain lot and dimensional standards, and this lot does not have enough space for two R80 lots. So they want to have this variant so they can connect both of these structures to a sanitary sewer. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions? Hold on. Board members, any questions? Ms. Anna?
I have one. So in this case, is there a way this could be considered an accessory dwelling unit as opposed to?
So yes, that's why I had the slide on here. I wasn't going to get into it unless if it was brought up. But if we were to consider this an accessory structure, then accessory dwelling unit, then there also might be some variances that are needed because the maximum floor area for an ADU is 800 square feet or 90% of the floor area of the principal dwelling. They didn't provide those numbers to me because that wasn't the variance request. So there would be variances for that. And for where the ADU could be located, they are only supposed to be located in the rear and side yard. And that additional unit is in technically the front yard. As you can see here, this is just by eyeballing it is the slightly smaller structure and the front yard is technically on Noland. So if we were to consider an ADU, there would still be variances that would be needed.
Yana, what's the size of the lot? About?
It is about 3.2 acres.
Anyone else for Anna? Mr. Kingsbury, are you speaking on behalf of the applicant today?
Yes.
Okay. Why should we grant your request today, sir?
Okay, so from what we determined on our own investigation, that we were hoping to get a certificate of nonconformity because the larger primary structure does have a building permit. And it was pulled in October 20th, 1983. I have a copy of this permit in front of me that should be with all the documents that we submitted. And the existing structure, the smaller structure, was present prior to the permit being issued to build this larger primary dwelling. We'll call it the primary and the smaller one, the secondary dwelling. So that was step one, is to say that both, these structures have been here. The first structure was built before there were any codes or regulations around. It says in these documents that it was built in the early 1900s, I believe, 1935. So that's the smaller building. So that's step one. So we understood the fact that if there was two structures on the property, that the property was locked in a way that we couldn't actually pull permits, is what we understood, because there were two primary structures on one lot here. As far as the available usable space for sanitary sewer, There is no existing city sewer in the neighborhood. So septic was designed for this. And it was designed to tie in both structures into one system so as to both houses would be of the same connection. They would never be divided from each other. That was the initial plan. The soil wasn't substantially adequate lower on the, let's see here, the west of the property wasn't substantially adequate for a septic system. So puts it over there on the east side of the property. So this is how we discovered the problem. So it's ultimately the goal is to provide this owner, Nicole, a replacement septic system. And in order to do that, we have to go through this stage first to declare that both these structures have been here. The primary structure was permitted in 1983. The other one was built in 1935. So that's all I know.
Thank you. Ms. Nicole, when did you acquire the property?
We purchased the house in June of 2021, so not quite 2 years ago.
And it wasn't until you tried to do the septic system with the permits that you found out there was an issue. Is that correct?
Right. There's only a certain amount of information we were able to obtain prior to the purchase of the home. And Brian, we've been working with Brian since we took possession, trying to do the soil analysis and work through the permitting. I think we knew we were purchasing a weird property. I don't think we understood like bureaucratically how weird it all was until we really dug into the zoning and the permit for the new septic. So we're just trying to make some long-term infrastructure improvements to the property and would like to be able to proceed with that. I think that's it. Were there other questions?
Are you living in the home right now?
Yes, we live in the bigger structure, which is slightly further west. And our son lives in the little cabin that's closer to Noland Road. We have no plans to subdivide the land or to have anyone other than family or short-term guests for the family staying in that place.
And I've got a question for you. Was this area annexed at some point? Do you have any stats on that?
If you give me a moment, I can pull that up.
Thank you.
We've had the sign posted. This isn't an area that has a lot of neighborhood foot traffic conversation. It's not like a stroll around and talk to people kind of neighborhood. We have had a few folks stop by and use it as a starting point to say hello and ask about our plans in general, but nobody has expressed a specific opinion about the hearing.
Right.
Are there any other properties in your neighborhood that are like this? That you're aware of?
I would have to guess.
Okay.
But this is that weird zone between like kind of Knobtown and Highway 40 where it dips down into that little Blueview Valley. So there's a lot of very strange properties in here. I don't know precisely where the boundaries are for like what's Raytown, what's Independence, what's Kansas City, and a lot of them I can't see. So a lot of the property in here is none of my business, but I'm sure that we are not alone in this consideration.
Anna?
So, Mr. Chair, we can, if you approve, admit exhibit number 10 as the annexation map that I'm showing.
Okay.
And it shows that this property, this area was annexed into the city in 1961.
19 when?
61.
Okay. And that exhibit is number 10 and is admitted. Thank you. 61.
So I don't, okay, if this was annexed in 61, clearly the the first structure was not in the city when it was built, so that's not an issue. The second structure was permitted. I don't understand why this wouldn't be a legal non-conforming use.
They didn't apply for a certificate of legal non-conforming use. They applied for the variance request.
Okay.
That'd be a slight oversight because we don't really know what we're doing. Just kind of trying to be led here.
Okay, I mean, they both have the same effect, I guess, but
I think I'd be more comfortable with the CLNU, just to the long-term use of the building. If they know they're not trying to subdivide it, and if we know the annexation timeframes when the initial structure was built and going through that process versus just a variance to allow multiple structures. Because if there's other precedents that we're setting for people that may have other structures that don't have the criteria to back up a CLNU, this might give us
right, it kind of
some
shows why
footing.
it was granted, the
Mhm.
history and everything, but that's not what was advertised and it's not what they
Right.
applied for, so.
And CLNUs are problematic.
That's fair.
Any sort of long-term plan or larger investments, it's variance is superior.
Ms. Beaton, how big is the other cottage building? Square footage wise?
It's a little 1-bedroom, 1-bath. I would say it's about the size of a small 1-bedroom apartment. There's no basement. The attic is more like loft storage in there, but it's just like a very large shed, really. I think it was originally built as like a hunting cabin, maybe, but I'm not clear on all that history.
Okay. I'm thinking as you're talking about the complexity of a CLNU, I would still be more comfortable perhaps pursuing an ADU or something then that would give it a kind of an outright ability to be on the side. I know that's not what's before us, so I guess I don't know how we can work with that, but I'm a little hesitant to just give a variance to have multiple structures on one site.
If I could also add, I just have some small familiarity with this case. The applicant team was directed in August of 2022 to pursue a CLNU. I wasn't the person who directed them to do that. I believe they had conversations with Mr. Duddy, who issues CLNUs. So I believe because they're not pursuing that, that perhaps was not a possibility.
Okay.
But I, that is not for sure. I'm seeing what I have in my email here. Thank you.
Yeah, we certainly have, I mean, it's been a long time. We've had multiple correspondence. I don't have all of that pulled up in front of me, but trying to navigate through this on our side was a little bit of like return to grad school or something, because I had no idea which way to go forward with this project, except that we would need some sort of city approval to unlock this property, so to speak, so that the future investments could get made here. I think ultimately whatever achieves that purpose is probably totally sufficient. What we're trying to accomplish here, we'd like to see both units, both structures remain on the property, and we'd like to see both structures use the same sanitary sewer. It's the most economical, cost-effective way to move forward for Nicole. So that's what we'd like to see happen.
Septic system.
Ms. Nicole, do you see yourself renting out this to somebody else outside the family?
Oh,
Better.
I have no desire to be anybody's landlord. No.
So all the units, both the main home and what I call the accessory dwelling unit, the ADU, is only for family members.
Right. We call it the hermit cabin. So
How old's your son?
he's 26.
Board members? I see Randy's point about not wanting to establish a precedent. On the other hand, it's been there forever.
Well, it's not just a precedent. I mean, if we grant this variance just outright, they could build 2 giant structures on this property. I don't know if that'd be a problem, you know, in a rural area, but I mean, it's not in compliance with code. So, you know, if you grant a CLN, then it's allowing the existing structures to remain. It's a little different. I don't know if we could approve the variance to allow the existing structures to remain. I mean, it's kind of hard to enforce conditions on variances like that, but I'd hate to make them start over.
I guess on if they were to pursue if it was a CLNU or an ADU or something else, that would have to start a whole new application process. Or could that dovetail into what the work is they're done if we were to continue this case to go down those paths?
CLNU is a separate application type that they would need to apply for. So we could continue this case to allow for them to go through that process before we hear this variance. A continuance would also allow me to rewrite a staff report to apply the ADU lens to it, if that's a more palatable perspective for the board.
Well, an accessory structure can't have a kitchen.
An accessory dwelling unit, which has recently been adopted as a part of our zoning and development code,
Accessory
can.
dwelling. Okay.
So as you mentioned, maybe there's some other variances that would be required since it's in the front yard, but something like that seems to give it a basis of having 2 structures, especially since this was recently passed in KCMO to allow those types of structures on properties.
I think that makes.
We
We can be real specific on what we're allowing.
And Nicole and Mr. Kingsbury, did you hear what we were discussing here? Could you hear us very well?
Yeah, I could hear you. I'd just like to put a little bit of meat on the concept here. So you're suggesting us reapplying for.
No, sir. We're not saying that at all. We're saying, let's go for a continuance for a month or so to our next meeting in July. And that gives your planner, Anna, in front of you now, time to rethink what you really want to do here. Because the board's having an issue, at least I feel we're having an issue with approving this as two separate units on one lot. That establishes a big precedent for us. However, an ADU, accessory dwelling unit, which is new to the code this year, might be right up your alley. So we're saying, if you're so inclined, let's do a continuance on this. Now, again, that's your call. That's not my call and the board's call. But that would be the most logical spot, I think, to get you to where you're trying to be, both you and Miss Nicole. So.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, we've already waiting for a long time. I mean, 1 more month is not in the world, but we just want to understand what we're getting ourselves into here. As far as, like an ADU, I heard one gentleman say that they would allow a kitchen. Does that mean like a kitchenette or just
No,
what constitutes an
It's-
oven?
It can stay exactly the way it is. It's a dwelling unit, so full kitchen, everything you have.
Bathroom.
I mean, it's more of a technical difference in terms of the language and the zoning and development code, but I think it would put you right where you want to be. And it's still able to do all of the things that you want to do.
It would still come with variances required since there are stipulations for ADUs that you aren't meeting based on current placement. But as one board member, I'd feel more comfortable with those variances than just allowing a variance for 2 structures on 1 lot.
That month would give staff time to put together and understand and quantify what those variances would be, because we don't know what those are right now.
Yeah,
Because
I don't know exactly what they are either. I know typical units like that are not the predominant structure on the property. I understand that concept. So Yeah, okay. Nicole, do you have any thoughts about it?
I think it gets us a little further down the road where we need to go. My desire is to be a good neighbor and to take care of the land that I've got. So neither of those desires require me to push for a decision faster. But two years is a long time. So I think it makes sense to recalibrate like Anna was recommending and research the ADU option. I'm hoping that will be a path forward to resolution and being able to, flush toilets without worrying. Because I'm not trying to build a stadium. I just want to put in this septic system. So however makes sense for the city for us to do that, then I will follow that.
So did I hear you say you'd like to have a continuance?
I would agree. I consent to the recommendation for a continuance.
That would be our July 11th meeting, which is on a Tuesday. Do you have a calendar issue with that?
No.
I don't either.
So board members? Need a motion?
Chair, I move that we continue case number 18 to the July 11th hearing.
Perfect. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. So we'll see you in about a month and a few weeks, and hopefully it'll be a good resolution for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Anna, you're on again, so to speak.
I'm just gonna.
I know
move to
you.
My other desk and then so then Jared can have the seat.
We quit this.
Number 16.
Okay. We will now be discussing docket item number 16. This is case CD BZA 2023-0008 for 3526 Northeast 102nd Terrace. This is a request to approve a variance to the accessory dwelling unit size limitations in District R6, which is a residential zoning district, plus any other necessary variances on about 0.86 acres of land generally located at 3526 Northeast 102nd Terrace. Jared Clements is the staff planner attached to this case. The applicant is Rod. If you are the property owner or the applicant associated with this case, please raise your hand on Zoom or approach the mic. There you are. Sorry, you snuck up on me. If there's anyone else who's a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this case, please make yourself known now. No one else is raising their hand on Zoom and no one else appears in the city council chambers, Mr. Chair.
Great. Hi, do you mind raising your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name, sir, for the court report?
Rodney Fager, Fager.
Thank you, Mr. Fager. As part of your case today, sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 found on page 3 of the staff report. Do you have any problem with those, with us admitting those for your case?
Exception.
Thank you, sir. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clements on your case. Jared, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 16, case number CDBZA 2023-8, located at 3526 Northeast 102nd Terrace, zoning district R-6. Applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the accessory structure footprint limitation. You all might remember this case from our March hearing, I believe. We'll get to the details of it in a moment. Here's a location of the subject site within the northern portion of Kansas City. More specifically, it's at the end of the cul-de-sac of Northeast 102nd Terrace, just off of North Bales Avenue. So the details of this case are such that in March, the board approved, I believe, 2 variances for this property, one of which was a accessory dwelling unit size limitation variance. That variance was based off of a a number given at the bottom of the site plan. You can see here 1150. After being approved and going to permits, we found that the covered deck also needs to be included in the accessory dwelling unit footprint numbers. As the board is aware, this is a new ordinance and interpretations take a while to hammer out, and we've learned that that is going to be included when we do these variances. So what you can see here on the top that I have is the code limitation is 800 square feet for an accessory dwelling unit. The blue box is what was approved in March, I believe. The red box is what was incidentally excluded. And so this variance is for both the 1850 number there, which is going to be a 1,050 square foot variance to what is in the code, and a 700 square foot variance greater than what was previously approved by the board. If that all makes sense. Welcome to stop me if you have any questions. So here's the variance case factors for 1,050 square feet in relation to the zoning and development code. Substantial change of the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty technically could be obviated by a change in design. A small note as well, in the staff report, just to cover our bases, there was a measurement in some of the plans we found that showed the pool being closer to the house than what is allowed. We did clarify with the applicant team that that pool is going to be 10 feet away from the home and therefore will comply with the zoning and development code. And as such, this is the only variance being sought, not the two mentioned in the staff report. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Any questions of Mr. Clemens?
I have a question. So is the reason that this covered deck is part of the square footage, is that because it's only accessed from the accessory dwelling unit, or how does that get factored into this overall square footage with the new
I
ordinance?
believe that might have something to do with it. I would have to
Okay.
discuss with permits. They have a better understanding than I do, honestly.
All right, Mr. Fager, tell me why we should approve this additional request that you have in here.
Additionally, nothing has changed from the March presentation. It was just an interpretation of what was submitted. Nothing has really changed other than what's classified as additional square footage. Back in March, as previously noted, this was two properties that were combined to one for the owner to fully get utilization out of a double property condition. That an accessory dwelling unit is not inconsistent with the density of the neighborhood. It is on a cul-de-sac. I work with Don Julian Builders. We are developing all the houses kind of in this whole area of the development. So we have certain, I'm not going to say control, but certainly investment in all the neighbors that are buying into this development. So we certainly wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize, I think, the value of adjacent properties. Backs up to the golf course. There's quite a distance between the house and even the neighbor in the backside. So pretty well insulated. It's behind the main primary unit. It is for family only. Mainly here to answer any thoughts or questions that you may have additionally.
Mr. Clemens, could you show this, the aerial view of that again? I saw a picture come up. There you go.
Share my screen really quick so that people at home can also see. You don't have it?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So, sir, the yellow and the green, because he bought two lots, as I recall.
The yellow is the two lots that were co-joined into one lot. The green is his father, who also bought two lots, relocated a storm sewer so he could build in the center of those two lots, and is
fitting his structure without the requirements of a variance. So we're not here for that, but it is one family that basically owned 4 lots.
The other home that's already built, did they have any issues with this going on?
Not that I'm aware of, no. The notice was given back in March to all the adjacent neighbors.
Right.
None was received at that point in time. And the presentation that was submitted in March is identical to what is being presented now. The only thing that's changed is an interpretive evaluation of what constitutes square footage.
Also, just to add, we did re-notify that this was going out for this hearing. So they've been notified twice.
No other comments from other people? All right, thank you, Mr. Clemens. All right, board members, questions of the applicant? It's a big house.
I would move in case number 8 that the board approve the variance request in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone? Second from Mr. Gorence. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Stay seated, Mr. Clemens.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have docket item number 17. This is CD BZA 2023-00037 for 8700 North Oak Trafficway. This is a request to approve a height variance for a sign in the zoning district B1-1, which is a commercial zoning district, to allow for a library to have this sign, plus any other necessary variances on about 1.6 acres of land generally located at 8700 North Oak Trafficway. Jared Clements is the staff planner associated with this case. Mark Nelson and Sean Mallory are the applicants.
And it appears that Brad McKenzie from the applicant team is going to be presenting for this one. And I have promoted him.
Mark is also online.
See Brad. Where's Marky?
And a Jim
Oh,
Staley.
there I see him.
Any members of the public who wish to provide public testimony, please raise your hand at this time or approach the microphone in the city council chambers. Mark, Brad, and Jim are all connected via Zoom. No one else has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? And say, as you say, I do, please state your name.
Brad McKenzie, I do.
Thank you.
Jim Staley, I do.
Mark Nelson, I do.
Thank you, gentlemen. Who's speaking on the case today? Which one are you?
This is Brad McKenzie. I have a short presentation.
Okay, give me a second here and then we'll let you present in just a minute. Mr. McKenzie, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 on page 3 of your staff report. Do you have a problem with those admitting those for your case today, sir?
I do not.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is the presentation by city staff by Mr. Clements. And Mr. Clements, go ahead.
Mr. Chair. So before us, we have docket item number 17, case number CDBZA 2023-33, located at 8700 North Oak Trafficway, zoning district B1-1. The applicant is seeking approval of variance to the monument sign setback requirements and height limitation. This is the location of the subject site. More specifically, it's on North Oak Trafficway, just across from Northeast 87th Street. These are some images of the proposed signage from the applicant team. You can see that it is essentially a monument sign with a library additional sign above it. And that is why it does not comply with code. signs, I believe, are limited to 6 feet in height. So the library is the portion that reads library is what is requiring the variance here. I believe in your staff reports, there are some details about some previous case history for this site. I think a project plan, if I recall correctly, was approved in 2020 or 2021. It was not my case, but and this library sign was not part of that proposal at that time. And so that's why they're here today, to get that variance. So these are the case factors for the sign height variance. It is a 9-foot, 11.25-inch variance request. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. Secondly, you can see here the 9-foot measurement there of this sign. It's not compliant with the sign setback restrictions, which are 10 feet from the property line. So as such, they need a 1-foot variance in order to place the sign there. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. Happy to answer any questions you might have. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Any questions of Jared by board members? All right, sir, that's a big variance. Why should we grant this variance today?
Good question. I'm glad you asked. Let's see, let me share my screen.
I think this will need to be admitted as Exhibit 10. Mr. McKenzie did send this to me prior to the presentation, so I do have it.
This will be exhibited as Exhibit 10. Go ahead, Mr. McKenzie.
Okay, so as discussed, I'm Brad McKenzie with SAP Design Architects. I'm speaking on behalf of Mid-Continent Public Library. As you know, they are a publicly funded entity providing library services in the counties surrounding Kansas City, Jackson, Clay, and Platte counties. And I just want to kind of give you a little bit of background as to why we are pursuing this variance. Show you a couple images. This is a view on North Oak from the north looking south. And you can see this kind of pale yellow building on the right is the original library that was existing when we started the project. And this is a view from the south looking to the north. And again, you can see the original library. Whenever we started this project, one of the big reasons to rebuild this library is the existing library had a lot of settlement issues. We think that was in large part due to poor original construction, but also because of a drainage easement that went through the middle of the property. This is a site plan of the property. And so this is the existing site, and you can see that there's a storm drain that kind of runs under the building. Originally, they were going to try to find a different piece of property for this. I couldn't find anything that was suitable. So we started exploring ways to build on the existing site. The thing that made the most sense was to push the building further to the back of the site, which means that it is less visible than the original library. So we started exploring ways to make that, make people still see that there's a library there. This is a view from across the street, and we explored some rendering options. That's showing the new library pushed further back and a sign on the front that is on an angle that says library on both sides, so that it is visible from people coming both from the north and from the south. I think one of the important things about this sign is, again, this is a public entity. It's not like a business that may be gone in 4 or 5 years. They're going to be there for decades. So the sign's not going to go through different branding changes. It is a sign designed specifically for that public service, which is the library. And therefore, we're hoping you guys will grant this variance. Are there any questions?
Why can't we push the sign back 1 foot?
We probably could push it 1 foot back, and that wouldn't hurt anything. We'd be happy to get rid of that variance and push the sign back a foot.
So from the bottom of the monument sign to the Y of library, how tall is that sign, sir?
The whole sign from the grade up is 16 feet.
And the library sign itself from the stilts up is, I can't see that dimension. I'm sorry. How tall is that, sir?
I can tell you that real quick here.
I see a dimension in there. I just can't see it.
Well, this is 3 feet 3, so 12'9" from the base of this up. So from the masonry base to the top is another.
And will so again, I'm seeing the sign here as just being one-sided, so to speak, not double-sided. Am I wrong about, oh, there it is. So we have different signs that we want to approve or just one sign?
This is one sign. So this is an elevation view of this side. And the other one is an elevation view of the end. So the sign is kind of L-shaped and it will be installed on a 45 degrees so you can see it from both sides. And then the logo at the base is visible from the drive as you're turning into the library.
These going to be backlit?
Yes. These are backlit signs.
Both of them. I mean, at the bottom and the top.
No, the library letters will be backlit, but the logo sign is not.
Okay.
And we
some other questions for him?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Visibility of a driver getting out of the library, can he see right or left? Will the sign not block his visibility?
That is the purpose for the setback, and so moving it back 10 feet, that should not be a problem.
Have other font sizes been considered? It looks like these letters are 15 inches tall. Have you looked at anything else that is maybe an 8-inch sign to help bring this variance down a bit, but still be really visible on that corner?
So we could do that. We did explore some different options. We looked at some standards and I apologize, I don't have those in front of me at the moment, but we looked at different sizes for visibility from certain distances. We did a sign similar to this in Lee's Summit, and it's pretty visible from the distances that we're going to be hoping that it's visible from at this property as well. If we could go a little bit smaller, we'd still be required to have a variance. If we get too small, there's no point in doing the letters. The sign at the bottom wouldn't be visible until you slow down and started. You wouldn't be able to read it until you slowed down and started turning in.
Mr. Clemens, are there sign restrictions on North Oak Traffic Way? Sometimes streets have sign restrictions.
That's a good question. North Oak Traffic Way does not have an overlay district, so it doesn't have anything extra on top of our zoning and development code, just the base zoning and development code.
Right.
And I know a lot of the signs on that street are grandfathered into the clause. There's a lot of taller pylon signs that are not too attractive. Our hope is this one is a little bit more attractive and very specific to the use that's going in there. So it's different than the other non-conforming signs on the street.
I'm okay with the sign itself. I just think it's a little bit too tall. And I think I agree with Ms. Mixdorf that if you brought the lettering down, I'm not telling you to get rid of the library part. I think that's attractive, but I think it's just too tall. You know, you gave us some dimensions to move back the sign so we wouldn't need a variance on variance number 2. Your sign guy, sorry, is that Jim? Who's the sign guy from Sun Signs or who's ever doing the proposal? Is that you? Sorry.
That's Mark. I think he's on.
Oh, yeah, Mark Nelson, Star Signs. Is he on with us? Isn't he on? Yeah, he's down at the bottom. Sir, what's your thoughts on maybe trying to bring the lettering size down a little bit to reduce the height of this structure, of this sign?
We can do that. Yeah, that's not a problem. That design change usually comes from the architect. That's kind of my reason for being here is we were just here to build the sign that is approved. but changing it up would not be a problem for us at all.
You don't have something else you could show us today to get this thing off our books, do you?
Of this one, I don't. We'd have to just redesign it and resubmit it if that is the avenue that we're gonna have to do.
I'm just one board member, so I don't make the.
Comfortable. Let me do some quick scaling here.
The next BZA hearing while you're doing that is June 13th. So it's actually much closer than a typical continuance. I mean, it'd be possible to do it much sooner. You can get that in by, a week from today, then you could be on the June 13th docket relatively simply.
But the building's not even built yet, is it? Is the library?
Yes. Yeah, it's scheduled to open it's scheduled to be turned over to the owner first part of August, and then it'll take them about a month to actually turn it over. So I just reduced the size of the sign by 75%, which would change the letter size to about 11 inches tall. I don't know that we'd want to go a whole lot smaller than that.
I'm pretty comfortable with that one. At least I am. I'm just one board member, but.
And that would put it,
8.
I'd put it about almost 10 feet above instead of the 14. So the total height of it would be about 13 feet.
Just for the scale of kind of that corner, and I understand wanting the visibility, that just feels more appropriate to me. I think it's still very visible, kind of those 12-inch letters without being kind of too large. With the 15-inch letters just seemed a little excessive.
We could probably make it work at 12.6.
Jared versus coming back again, if we decide. You have the variance request, because the variance number 2 is going away.
I think what we could do is probably say, approve a variance to allow for a monument sign that is 12.5 feet tall.
Okay.
No other variance, since we're not mentioning the staff report. Elward, correct me if I'm wrong. And then, just speak it into the record that you expect them to submit a revised site plan, probably in some short term.
Okay. Gentlemen, did you hear that? So we need a revised site plan fairly quickly, within a couple of weeks, maybe less. If we grant this variance today, based on what you're talking about, the sign height would be 12.5 feet. Is that what you're coming up with on your side?
That's what I'm showing, yeah. And then we would need an updated site plan showing it set 10 foot from the property line.
Yeah, perfect. That'd be great.
And can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
We would actually need those revised plans within 10 days so they can be a part of the record.
So-
Here to close out the case.
Thanks, Hannah.
Anna, can we need them within 10 days max?
Would this plan be sufficient, or do we need actual shop drawings from the sign company?
It would be sufficient if you show this plan, but make sure that all 3 elevations are updated so that they all match and show the same measurements. We can't
Sure.
stamp and approve something that has multiple measurements if it's.
Yeah, I would do a complete redraw of it.
In the site plan with the 10-foot setback.
Okay. Yep, I can get that to you next
Include a
week.
site plan with the 10-foot setback as well, please.
I can do that.
I guess a bigger question, is it acceptable to you all to proceed with this 12.5 foot sign in lieu of what you initially proposed?
I mean, it's not ideal, but yes, it's better than dropping to 8-inch letters. I think we can get big enough letters on there that it's still going to be visible. Jim Staley, do you have any concerns with that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commission members. I'm Jim Staley. I'm with the library system. So I guess really what I have right now is a question for Brad. But Brad, do you think we still get that same visibility coming up and down North Oak? Just for the commission members, one of the things we know, because we've been on that site for 30 plus years, is that folks tend to drive by because traffic moves pretty quickly up and down that section of North Oak. And we hear a lot of times that people got just past us before they see it. So I think one of the things we just want to make sure, and so my question for you, Brad, is do you think that'll get that visibility up out ahead and people being able to see it and be able to turn in safely?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly not going to be able to be seen as far away. Again, I don't have the information in front of me as to, there's kind of some standards for how big letters are for distance visibility. And I don't have that information at hand, Jim, sorry.
Okay. Well, the balance to that
Excuse me, gentlemen, your choice also is to continue this case till June 13th. If you feel you're not comfortable with this proposed 12.5 foot high sign.
Yeah, if they rework it, you see that 12-inch letters actually needs a 13-foot high instead of 12 and a half or something like that in the actual design time, but.
And bring in some of the documentation that, we've seen before with sign designs is, X number of feet of visibility for the height of the letters there. And then on a aerial sort of a site plan, we get an idea of why it is that you think it's going to work at a certain height, because then we can look at the distance on that road and how much time somebody's going to have to see the sign, recognize it, and turn into the driveway before they go past it.
So I dug up the information. At 15 inches, you should be able to read the letters at 150 feet. When you drop down to 12, it's 120 feet. So it's
pretty good.
It's an extra second. I don't know how far you travel 40 miles an hour. I haven't done that math, but so you'd be able to see it from 120 feet, Jim. This drawing is not to scale, so.
I just think with Mid-Continent Library, it's not like you're advertising a dry cleaners that will be there for 5 years. You're going to be there forever. And
well, sorry.
I was just going to say, those people that drive by there are probably nearby residents or frequent the area, and they will seek out that library knowing where it is. So.
Yeah, and that actually has been one of the features of our new building program as well, has been to really stake that claim in the community that here is your library. So to some extent, as we've been talking about, it is about visibility approaching, but the other piece to it is basically putting that community marker down that here is your library. Here's this community asset that you have. So, whatever we can do to accomplish that goal and the other goal, and but be able to be in compliance, we would love to do that.
Board members, what do you think? Think we should?
Looking at these.
Oh, you see, we're doing the.
Showing measurement distances right now.
Okay.
So there's the difference between the 150 feet and 120 feet to the sign. 150 feet's even kind of tight.
Yeah.
I think the larger one is going to.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to the library, I kind of know where it is. The sign helps me find it. I'm not going to drive from South Kansas City to North Oak to find the library. There'll be others closer to me. So I just think the residents in that area would see and know where the library is. And of course, the signage helps to get new people into the library system. So I'm not a fan of the big sign. I'm okay with the scaled down sign, but I'm just one board member. So I'm at the mercy of these guys.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. I did want to say one important thing to note is we do get a lot of travel between our branches in our system. There are 32 of them. And of course, we hold programs at all the various ones, but it's not the same programs at each and every one. So we do get some travel between. I think you're absolutely right that the majority of folks, the vast majority of folks who use this library will be the local residents, people who live within a 5 to 6 mile radius of that branch. But it's not entirely all.
Right. Board members, any other concerns or questions or?
Guess I would put it back to the applicant. Would you, I guess, a couple of options. Do you want us to vote on the sign as you submitted it? Vote on a sign with the 12.5-foot allowable height, or continue this until the next month if you're trying to work through the nuance of what a decrease in height would be, so we know how to proceed.
Jim, I'm gonna kind of have to rely on you.
Brad, do you feel like, and I don't know if I don't think Sean's here, but if I believe one of the things we discussed was that if we waited a little bit on the sign, that's not going to hamper our move-in date or anything else. The sign can be constructed while we're moving in. Is that the way you would understand that? Because if so, I'm thinking we should maybe take a couple weeks, talk about it, and come back with our best answer on the 13th.
That's correct. If you guys are comfortable not having the sign at opening, then we could postpone it.
Okay. I think we'd probably rather put our best foot forward and have a really good case for whatever size we think is going to work, as opposed to just being okay with shrinking it now and moving on.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And are you okay with the June 13th meeting then, 2 weeks from now? Acceptable to get them on that docket?
Brad, are you available for that one?
You are sharing your screen, just so you're aware.
That's all right. You said June 13th?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Next meeting won't be till July 11th. If you hit this one.
So not June 13th?
No, June 13th or July 11th.
Oh, yeah, I think June 13th would be okay.
Board members?
I would just for the final point on deciding on June 13th, that means that we'll need the plans by a week from today. Because that's when we compile our staff reports. So in order to have a zoning determination, I'll need those within a week.
Jim,
Brad,
can we get I can make the changes easy enough. The question is, can we get powers that be together in time to have that discussion?
Yeah, I think we could make that happen.
Okay, so I need to get updated documents to you a week from today.
That's correct.
All right, we'll take a look at it, and if we're comfortable with reducing it, we'll send reduced size drawings. Either way, we'll get an updated site plan, and then see you guys again on June 13th.
Thank you.
You make a motion?
Yeah, make the motion.
So in case number 33, I move we continue this case until June 13th hearing.
Without a fee?
Without fee.
And Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Moran. Anna?
Lawrence,
Hi.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Extor.
Aye.
Abbots.
Aye. We'll see you in a couple weeks, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, docket item number 18 is case CD BZA 2023-00037 for 1100 West 74th Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the platted front setback in the zoning district R6, which is a residential zoning district, and any other necessary variances on about 0.34 acres of land generally located at 1100 West 74th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to this case. And we have a Judy Bauer. They are the applicant. They are online. I'm promoting them. Anyone else who is a part of the owner or applicant team, please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone, as well as any members of the public who wishes to provide public testimony. Again, once everyone's sworn in and the public hearing started, additional panelists will not be admitted. It appears no one else is raising their hand on Zoom or in the city council chambers for this case.
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, can you turn on your microphone and or camera?
Okay, can you hear me?
I sure can. Can we see
Yeah.
you on the?
Now I got to start that too. Let's see how that goes. Okay.
There you go.
Hi.
Perfect. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
And
Judy
please-
Bauer.
Yeah, please state your name for the record.
Judy Bauer.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. It's going to take me a second to get to the staff report. I'm almost there.
That's okay.
There are a number of conditions usually labeled 1 to 9 that are part of the staff report. Do you have any problem with us admitting those for your hearing today?
No, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie. Please go ahead, Stephanie, with your proposal, with your meeting.
Good afternoon. I am presenting docket item number 18, CD BCA 2023-00037. The location is on 1100 West 74th Street, zoning R-6. And the applicant is seeking an approval of a variance to the platted front setback requirements in order to build a 2-story addition to the front of the house. So the location is down southwest of Kansas City. Here is a close-up on 74th and Jarboe Street. And on the Jarboe Street side, that east side is where the addition would go. So here is the site plan. So if you can see that green dotted line, that is the platted front setback. The addition is going to be, the addition to the house is 10.5 feet. And the small red dotted line is the Kansas City setback, which is 25 feet. So here is the house now, and so that addition would go over kind of like on the side where you see that stop sign. So the variation is about 11.125 feet from that platted setback. And so that would give it a 38.8 foot setback once that addition is built. There is no substantial change to the neighborhood, and the difficulty could be alleviated by a change in the sign. And that concludes my presentation.
So Miss Stephanie, she wants to come On the right side of the house? And how far out?
About, well, from the setback, it's about 11.125 feet. So about like
So on the
11 feet
house,
and 8.
11 feet too.
11 feet on addition to the house.
Looks like it's a 17-foot addition.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot to mention,
is.
there was a change in the sign. It was gonna be 17 feet,
Oh,
but
okay.
last week we got updated site plans.
Oh, okay.
As you can see here, but yes, I did not make that change to the staff report.
Ms. Bauer,
Mm-hmm.
okay, any questions of Ms. Stephanie?
So what's the variance amount?
The variance amount, so it's 38.8 feet, like the new setback. If you include that addition,
The variance is for 30.8 feet.
yes,
Can you go back to that
not
slide
too
with the
much.
green table?
yes. So, yeah,
The new platted setback is the 38 feet that she's discussing, but the difference between the request and what's required is 11.125 feet. So the variance is
Yes, the
around
var-
11
So the
feet.
variance is for 11 feet, 2 inches. Thank you.
All right.
I guess
And
I have one question.
yeah,
yes.
So is the reason that this is kind of before us because it's a corner lot? Or would this have been an issue if it was a non-corner lot?
No, it's because the platted setback is at 50 feet from the property line, so they have no room to build on that side.
We have an aerial shot so we can see
Yeah.
where the adjacent houses.
Yeah,
So we'd be
so,
looking to the house to the left.
no, that's their house.
yeah, their house is outlined in the yellow.
It's in addition to the, closer to the road.
Yeah,
Jarbo
closer to
Street.
Jarbo Street. Is where the addition would go.
We can't see the houses on the north to see how the front of those houses align with the proposed addition.
The house to the south or to the east.
Parcel viewer, maybe?
Mr. Stiller. Yeah, the house directly to the north of this lot aligns with the existing home. So they also have a 50-foot platted setback.
Okay,
So
wait a minute.
the
So this-
addition will make the home jut out a little bit if you're on Jarbo looking south.
Okay. Ms. Bauer, did we give you a variance to build a garage on this property?
I believe that you did, but I was not involved in that. That was another architectural firm.
It was like 2 years ago that I remember it's a gigantic garage on the left-hand side of your home as I'm looking at it from 74th Street.
To be clear, it's not my home. I am the architect representing them. And yes, it is a new garage, a fairly new garage, yes.
Oh, yeah. The owner is Jessica and somebody.
Her husband, yeah.
And they're new owners, right?
No, I believe they've been there a while. They built that garage.
Okay, so they're the ones who came before us maybe 2 years ago, maybe less, on the garage issue. Is that right, Ms. Bauer, or do you know?
You know, I was not involved in that. That timing sounds about right, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm
All right,
not,
thank you.
I don't know.
Ms. Bauer, why should we grant this request? It's your turn.
Okay, thanks. So the homeowners feel like an addition on the east is the more appropriate location for any type of an addition. Partly because of the architectural character of the house. I know that it's possibility, as in the report, it said the option would be to build on the south. But not only does that not work for the homeowner in terms of the way they want to use an addition, but it seems like it would really compromise the integrity of the architectural forms of the house to do that. They also feel that this addition stays within the footprint of the existing house. There is a porch on that side of the house now. While it is only at the first floor, it would respect that footprint and would stay within that. They also want to make an addition that is architecturally harmonious with the house and of sort of that era of house, so that would look more like a sun porch, a 2-level sun porch.
I also want to thank you for submitting photos. They're very helpful as we're looking
Oh,
at
good.
the project. So thank you for including that in your application.
Sure. The homeowner has also expressed that they feel like because it's a corner lot and because their door faces south, that it's perceived as that being the front door, so that the setbacks, the platted setbacks kind of work against them, if you will.
One or 2 stories, the addition?
2 stories.
2?
Yes, it's a 2-story addition.
Same brick facade.
It would probably not be brick. It would probably be more of a painted wood and windows type of look, with a flat roof that's got more of a porch feel to it. But it would be enclosed. It wouldn't be a porch. It would be usable space on the first floor and the second floor. It's basically an extension of their living room on that side and a master bath above, which is why it really wouldn't work on the other side of the house. It just puts those functions in the wrong locations.
Have you or the owners approached any of the neighbors?
Yes, the owners have, and I just spoke with her a few minutes ago to make sure that she not gotten any negative feedback. She has not. She's gotten all positive feedback. And coincidentally, they own the house to the north of them.
Then I would offer that the board approve case number 37. In accordance with staff report and site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Gorns. Motion by Mr. Stiller, second by Mr. Gorns. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your proposal is approved. Good luck with the project.
Thank you.
Okay, docket item number 19 is case CD BZA 2023-00039. The property in question is 83rd01 North Church Road. This is a request to approve a sign variance for a permanent dedicated pickup area in the zoning district B4-5. This is a commercial zoning district on about 19 acres, generally located at North Church Road and Northeast Berry Road, plus any other necessary variances. Connor Tomlin is the planner attached to this case. We have Lisa Collins as the applicant. Scott Pfeiffer is raising their hand. Anyone else who's a part of the ownership or applicant team, please raise your hand on Zoom or approach the microphone. Anyone else who wants to provide public testimony in this case, please do so now. As a reminder, once everyone's sworn in and the public hearing started, no other applicant or participants will be admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay. So we have 2 people out there.
We have a Scott Pfeiffer.
Yes, I'm present. Lisa has an appointment and she regrets that she's not going to be able to attend this meeting today.
Thank you. Scott, will you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please identify your name again for the court reporter.
My name is Scott Pfeiffer with BRR Architecture.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Part of your case is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do you give us your approval to enter those in your case?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Connor Tomlin on your case. Connor, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, so we have CDBZA 2023-00039 located at 8301 North Church Road in B4-5 zoning. The applicant is seeking approval of a sign variance for permanent dedicated pickup use in this zoning district, and this would allow for a larger pickup sign than is allowed by code. So as you can see here, the location of the site is near the city limits of Kansas City, closer to Liberty and I-35. This is an aerial image of the site itself, outlined in yellow, on North Church Road, bound by 152 and I-35. This is their site plan for the pickup sign on the left, and then on the right are the scale measurements for that sign. There's actually going to be two variances for this. The first one being that an incidental sign cannot exceed 6 square feet commercially. The proposed is 40.83 square feet, which would be a 34.83 square foot deviation. The second variance came about when looking more into the code for incidental signs. The sign cannot exceed 8 feet in height measured from the ground. This would be about 22 feet from the ground, so it would require a 14-foot deviation. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Mr. Connor? All right. Mr. Piper, why should we approve your variance request today, sir?
So yeah, as he went through and said, we are exceeding the size and the height of this sign. We currently have a sign on the building for the pickup, which is what this sign will be for. It will be internally illuminated. And basically the reason for the size of the sign, it's a Walmart standard to put that size on a building, but also from the distance around the parking lot, it's about a 500-foot distance to either of the entrances. And so we need that size of a sign so that way people can see it and navigate around the building accordingly.
Mr. Gorins, you're kind of familiar with the Northland. What's your comments on this?
See, I need to see where the sign is located, but
Could you bring up a site plan on the screen for us?
I can't.
You
would go
said
through
the
this
site
thing.
plan
I
or
don't see
the
where it is.
Site plan?
Site plan, sure thing.
And I guess to clarify, I'm looking at the staff report and there's numerous signs shown, but it's only the pickup sign is the only one in question.
Right, the pickup sign is the only one in question today.
on the building.
Roll to a site plan?
This is all I have for the site plan was just the sign that's in question. I don't have the whole site plan.
It's in the staff report. They have a site plan and it notes where the pickup
Here
is
you go.
located.
There you go. Right.
On page A2 in the upper left corner. Looks like it's on the southwest corner of the building.
Mr. Piper, what other signs are on that same side of the building, sir?
That will actually, other than the grocery entrance sign, which is right over by the vestibule, just to the left of this, you can start to see that dark gray piece right there.
Yes.
That's the only other item on this half of the building.
Is the pickup sign the same size in terms of the size of the letters as the grocery?
Yes, it is.
Here. I think that way it is a couple of the Walmarts.
Can't hear you, Tom. Can you speak up a little bit?
I think that's the way the signs are. A couple of them at the Walmarts. Not going to be any different. I don't see any problem with that particular sign.
And I'm guessing the pickup is for the grocery items, I'm guessing. Or is it for anything, Scott?
It's for any items that individuals want to order online and pick up at the store. It just so happens that this pickup solution dispenses out of this side of the building. And so we're trying to divert people away from the front drive lane, away from the other entrances, so that way they can get to the parking.
It's not a drive-through. You just kind of pull up next to it and in you go, right? Is that right, sir?
Yeah, there are parking stalls on that side of the building already. There's just a door that associates dispense out of, take the goods out to the people's cars.
Sure. Any other questions, board members? Comments? And/or motion?
I'd offer a motion.
Yes, Ms.
In
McStorch.
case number 39, I move the applicant's request to be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Stiller. Anna?
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
McStorch.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Sir, your motion is approved. Good luck with your project. Thank you. Anna, do we take a 10-minute now? I'm not trying to push things in or out, but
Yeah, if you- we-
But we're only going to take the break if we weren't going to be done by 3. Was that the goal? So we only have 2 cases remaining, right?
That is correct.
so you want to keep going? I don't know. I don't know what we can do.
We're okay till 3:00, for a break for the city staff.
So continue on. Okay, away we go. Good deal, 3.
Okay.
No, but
So now we're going to talk about docket item number 20. This is case CD BZA 2023-00042 for 3105 Gillum Road. A request to approve a variance to parking requirements for a restaurant expansion on about 0.1 acres generally located at 3105 Gillum Road, plus any other necessary variances. I'm the staff planner associated with this case. And then we have Keith Mueller, who is the architect, and members of the ownership group here today. Anyone else who wishes to participate, please raise their hand on Zoom or approach the microphone in the city council chambers. As stated previously, everyone who wants to speak on this case must make themselves known now. Once everyone's sworn in and the public hearing begins, no additional panelists will be admitted. No one else appears online and no one else appears in the chambers. Go ahead.
Okay.
Butch Rigby, owner.
Yeah, and hold on just for a second, Butch, and just give me a second. You ready? So let's raise our right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name, Butch, again, please.
Butch Rigby. I do.
I do. Chris Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Riggins and Mr. Rigby.
Mr. Chair, there's a Keith Mueller online as well.
Oh, okay. Mr. Mueller, thank you. Please affirm. Did you hear the swearing in?
I did.
Thank you. Please state your name and say I do or I don't.
Keith Mueller, I do.
Thank you, sir. I apologize. I didn't catch you before. And who's speaking, Mr. Rigby? Okay. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as part of the staff report. Do you have any problem with those admitting those to your hearing today?
No objection.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Anna, and she's getting some materials and she'll present here in just a second. Thank you.
My apologies.
It's all good. Oh, can you see it? It's just start of it.
Sorry, everyone. That was a mistake on my part.
Screen. Sorry. There you go. Almost. There you go. Nope. Yep. You're good.
Again, my apologies. So this is docket number 20, case CD BZA 2023-00042. Site in question is 3105 Gillum Road. The site is zoned M1-5, and the applicant is requesting a parking variance to accommodate the expansion of a restaurant Brewers Kitchen. The site is located in the midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri. We have a close-up of the lot in question at the little off the intersection of Gillum Road and East 31st Street. So there's like Martini Corner and Costco in this area. The existing restaurant, Brewer's Kitchen, is in orange, highlighted in orange on my screen, and the expansion is moving to the northern portion of the building, highlighted in yellow. This is a view from the street taken via Google Street View. As you can see that the Brewer's Kitchen restaurant is in that middle section of the existing structure, and they are looking to expand their business to the north over to that building that is signed The Hive on my PowerPoint presentation. Per our zoning code, restaurants or eating and drinking establishments require 10 parking spaces per 1,000 of square feet. They're also adding a small bit of office onto the site, to accompany the expansion. And there's a certain portion of our code, it's 88-420-02C, which talks about when there's a change of use or occupancy for an existing structure like this, that a credit can be given for whatever legally established use was in there just prior. So I did some math, and for the expansion, this would require 37 additional parking spaces for the restaurant, 1 for the office, but then they can take off 4 spaces. In regards to the credit that I just mentioned, which requires a total of 34 parking spaces for this expansion. This number is slightly different based on what the applicant did submit, just because of building permit records that I could find on what that credit was. It doesn't really change the request that much, since the parking demand is so high for a restaurant. And as seen, the existing structure takes up the entire portion of this lot, so no parking can be provided on site. So the required number of parking is 34 spaces. They are proposing 0, which is a full deviation from the code. Will this substantially change the character of the neighborhood? The building is existing, the restaurant is existing, and more capacity for the restaurant will result in more patrons visiting the site. However, this is in a very dense portion of the town where there's lots of public transportation amenities, as well as some other parking lots nearby. Can this be obviated by some other mean that's not a variance? And an approved parking compliance plan is another alternative to a variance. However, that would require consent from other property owners in the area who have those parking lots to allow their patrons to park there. And I think we had our pre-application meeting for this matter. They had not been able to provide that consent from other property owners at the time. So they're seeking the variance request. That concludes my PowerPoint presentation on this matter. If you have any additional questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Anna?
I have one. So how many, is this total going to then include whatever parking spaces are already approved if they had any for the existing facility, or is that already at zero? as well?
That's already, there's another variance attached to the existing restaurant, and would be for that expansion.
Mr. Rigby, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon. And this property at 3105 to 3111 Gillum Road was purchased by myself and Byron Pendleton, my business partner, 6 or 7 years ago. It was then a mostly vacant structure. We did a complete renovation of it. We're usually hesitant to purchase buildings without existing parking attached to them. But in this particular instance, there is a large public lot across the street and just a little bit to the north. And, this, other than us buying and rehabbing this building, they didn't have much to do with it. The entire building has a history of 2.5 spaces per 1,000 use. And most recently, the tenant inside in the north end of this building where we're proposing the expansion had a retail antique business, as is present in the rest of the building as retail antique business. Before that, it was a dairy and Bitterman candy building. When Mr. Riggins came and took over a restaurant space that had previously been Kimchi Restaurant, he was from the corporate world with Outback Steakhouses, and he wanted to start his own restaurant. And through a lot of hard work, as most of our small business tenants tend to be, he has built a pretty nice little, restaurant featuring hamburgers, fresh food, all prepared on site and unfrozen, using just a little bit of beer in the recipes. And what's wrong with that? And so he has found that the space to the north of him would serve as not really so much more restaurant seating or bigger kitchens, but rather a lounge area, a place where people could go relax, spend a little more time. They would move 2 employees to a small bar area to serve food from there, but still utilize the same kitchen, still utilize the same staff, maybe with the addition of another person or 2 people, but I'll let him address that. The big question for us was, how do you increase from what we felt was 2.5 spaces per 1,000 to the higher space? And Mr. Riggins can probably elaborate a little further, but I had previously looked for other parking for us to lease as building owners and have not had any luck finding it. Directly across the street, that building is being turned into apartments. Elon Salzberg and Caleb Budig are going to do another one of their wonderful jobs there. Behind us is the owners of Contract Furnishings. They own on that property, and they have lots, but they're all locked in their gate and key. And of course, the purpose for this expansion is restaurant patrons coming in and parking. And to the north of us, across the street in 31st Street, there's a lot of property, but it's all currently for sale, and they weren't willing to enter into any kind of leases for the space. And so recently, we participated in a change of all the parking around 31st and Gillum. The city worked with neighborhood and building owners, and we changed the parking in front of the building from parallel parking to angle parking. Mr. Pendleton and I agreed to pay. Well, we already paid for the new sidewalk, which was we repaved that whole sidewalk for our half of the block, and then we paid to do curb cuts to make it accessible and make the changes necessary. So as a neighborhood, we gained a lot of off-street parking. As you're aware, probably north of 31st Street, a half a block from here, there are no parking requirements. You go just a little bit to the west of us, and there's no parking requirements because of the streetcar. We're sort of left in this old zone over here. But we felt that other than, possibly renting some locked up spaces, the parking we need is not available. But, this established business, for it to grow and to sustain you know, a livelihood for Mr. Riggins and his employees, we felt it was appropriate to come and ask for some additional parking. I know the 31st Street plan that's being worked on right now will also, and I'm working with Bob Fry and Kevin Klinkenberg on implementing a 31st Street beautification plan that looks like it's gaining a lot of traction. And that plan will be designed to add about, I believe it's another 100 spaces to the neighborhood. So I don't believe that we would create much more of a, you know, a stress to the parking in the neighborhood already. As a matter of fact, our whole upstairs tenancy, with the exception of the Hive, which is a nonprofit center, is 1 weekend a month. That is, urban mining is 1 weekend a month for use, and the rest of the time they're gathering treasures and furniture to put on sale for the rest of that. And then Populux downstairs is open on weekends only. So, you know, there's parking out there in the streets. We hope it fills up like it did in the Crossroads, but we feel that we're going to be close to the streetcar on great bus lines, and this would be a very appropriate place to do it versus having to tell Mr. Riggins that he can't expand his restaurant, and you know, we'd have to find an alternate use. And we think this is the best use for the property and for the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Rigby. Anna, could you show the outside of the building one more time? Thank you.
And I would point out that the door just to the right or to the left of Brewer's Kitchen, to the right of the garage there, is actually a hallway space that leads upstairs and around. It's kind of a staircase and elevator lobby.
So, Mr. Rigby, again, your addition is going, as we're looking at this photo, to the right.
No, the addition's going, well, as we look at the photo to the left.
Okay.
Right below the Hive.
In that building.
Yes, in that building.
Yeah.
And the 1,000 square, or excuse me, the 500 approximately square foot office, again, on the left-hand side.
Yes.
As I'm looking at the building. And it's probably a question for Mr. Riggins. You sell grocery items in there too, don't you? Or is it just food? Is it just?
Just food.
Do you want to talk about it?
Sure. I did send a PowerPoint just so you all had pictures to reference. I know that was something that I saw in the notes, and I wanted to give you the respect of, I'm sure you might not know every inch of Kansas City. First off, again, I'm Chris Riggins.
Well, I'm going to admit that is exhibit number 10. Go ahead.
Apologies.
And Anna, you're only showing on one screen, it appears.
This. Does that work?
Almost.
Nope. Hold on. Sorry.
It's cycling.
It's not on YouTube.
There it goes. You're there.
Go to the next slide. Like I said, I'm Chris Riggins. I'm the owner of Brewer's Kitchen. I appreciate you guys' time more than you understand. I just wanted to make sure you had an understanding of where we're located and just the amenities that are already there. To Mr. Rigby's point, we do have a large parking lot across from the restaurant. I have that dotted in the red dots there so you can see it. It's just northwest on compared to where we're currently at. We also have the bicycle lane that was recently added just one block over to the west. That I have highlighted in those green dashed lines there. We also have, as Mr. Rigby spoke about, we looked for other parking spaces. All that I was able to find are under lock and key. And so, you know, if that's something that is necessary for the staff, I'm very willing to I'm here to help in any way. I want to support Kansas City, but to find 29 new parking spaces for customers is going to both be a financial burden and a logistical burden that I don't foresee us being able to overcome. We also have multiple bus stops, and then of course the streetcar expansion that is underway as we speak. We're not far away from that. So ultimately, we're just looking to represent Kansas City properly. Mr. Rigby spoke earlier. I come from Outback Steakhouse, and this is my favorite city in the whole world. And at the end of the day, I really just want to make Kansas City proud. We're not trying to do anything crazy. We're just trying to grow and do more in a part of town that I see great potential in. And the other aspect of that too is that we want to move now versus later once the streetcar and things like that are finished. Being able to get those things and establish our brand and establish just who we are in the neighborhood and community, I think is necessary to do that now versus later. And I hope you all understand, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But throughout this presentation, I apologize for, but I just have very close up pictures so you can see. So those are the current angled parking right there that Mr. Rigby spoke of, just so you can see that we do have that nearly doubled the parking that was on site. This is the other side of the street, just so you can see that we also have parallel parking along on that side that is accessible. This is the picture of the parking lot that is the caddy corner, that is the northwest corner that I showed you. Believe that has 60 total parking spots inside of that parking lot itself. So that would be that lot. And then I have a couple more pictures just to show you the lot itself, and the size and scale, the bike lanes that are not far from us. And then I did show the available parking lot that I could potentially get for staff. But like I said, it is under lock and key. So this would be something that it would only be available for the staff to actually be able to sit in or park in, sorry. And then just back to the overview. And I mean, those are our considerations. We have easy access to the bike lanes. We're 5 blocks east of the streetcar expansion on Main. Lots of bus stops, 60-car lot that's just across the street, angled parking, and like I said, lock and key for what we have.
Where does staff park now, Mr. Riggins?
Right now, we park in that lot that is to the northwest of where we're at, that I have the pictures of.
Ask for a large parking variance, and sometimes that sets precedent for the people that come after you. So you're kind of asking a lot, but you're kind of locked in too. You can't really do a lot. So I don't know. That's just my comment, but.
And I live in Union Hill, so I frequent this area often, and you see that parking lot is open most of the time. And so I never see there being a parking issue. And working with Bob on the street calming on 31st Street, just seeing how many more parking spaces we're able to get along that corridor, I think will offset any issues that we would have at this location. Just there's sufficient parking. People maybe need to walk a half a block or a block, but there's spaces for people to go.
Was that a coffee shop at one time? I think I've been in there, but I can't. Is it a coffee shop?
Coffee
No.
shop in that building?
Yeah.
No, it was
Is there one right there on Gillen?
There is
On the corner.
filling station.
North.
Filling stations further north.
No, that's a lot further north. Okay.
Yeah, this building was Bitterman Candy
Okay.
and a Nash dealer back in the day.
Yeah. It was what back in the day?
Nash Central Motors.
Yeah.
Car dealer.
I'm thinking something on Linwood. So. Okay. Maybe it's artsy. It's artsy. Yeah. All right. Sorry. I diverge. Ladies and gentlemen around the board, do you have further questions for Mr. Riggins and Mr. Rigby?
I would offer a motion.
Quick. Go ahead.
Somebody else can offer a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
In case number 42, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second by Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ebbets.
The parking issue, no. But it still passes. You got your approval.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we have docket item 21, case CD BZA 2023-00036. This is for 11-511 State Line Road, and this is a request to rehear CD SUP 2023-00003, which is a special use permit for the Barstow School in order to address items that were included in that special use permit on about 38 acres, generally located at 11-511 State Line Road. And Charlie Schlegel is the applicant. He is online. I'm promoting him. And then this is a request to rehear the case. The property owners are also with us, but the board needs to make a decision about granting the rehearing first.
Right.
And I am recusing from this right here.
So that means we need to reestablish the quorum to address the request for rehearing.
Ms. Crosby, are you with us? No, she is. You can't. See if I can.
Ms. Crosby does not appear to be online, so but 4 is a quorum, so we could.
Or is a quorum,
Pick
they've
that
got
up.
to take all 4 of us to do that. Please have a seat. And where's Mr. Slagle? There he is. So where you're all in here in just a second. I want to get to the attachments. Let's be a second. Thanks for your patience. Okay, well, first let's swear everyone in. Everyone raise your right hand. Thanks, Mr. Slagle. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please say I do and for the court reporter.
Charlie,
I do. Charlie Schlegel.
Thank you. Next.
I do. Oh, Hatley, Spencer Feen.
And Joe, what's your last name?
Hatley, Hatley.
Thank you. And
I do, Robert Wynn.
you.
or do we need to vote to reestablish the quorum?
You need to vote to.
No worries. Sorry for my interruption. Go ahead.
Sir Stiller has reviewed the case, so gentlemen, you're here in front of us today based on, I think, Mr. Slagle's request that we rehear this case. And I'm curious about what new information has come across that we need to rehear for. And since Mr. Slagle is requesting this, I need to hear from him about any new and pertinent information that wasn't available at the last hearing, sir.
Yeah. At the last hearing, excuse me, it was not determined and discussed that Barstow had been a special use, determined to be special use by Director Jeffrey Williams, and they have subsequently built a soccer field and a baseball field and dugouts without a special use permit, which is in contradiction to 88-525-01, given the determination that they are special use, and given 88-525-14B, or I'm sorry, 14A, major amendments stating that extensive site modification involving the location of buildings, raising and reconstruction of improved structures requires a special use permit.
So
the fields were and dugouts were built without the proper type of permitting, without going through the proper type of compliance for special use permit applications. Much like the road that was built that we discussed last time.
and you feel that's important for us to overturn the approval we gave at that meeting of a month or so ago.
Yes.
Why did you not bring that up at that time, sir, Mr. Slagle?
I've been waiting to hear determinations from the city employees, which were not done at that time.
But the dugouts were already done a year ago.
Without the proper permitting.
But you would have known that at the hearing the last time, sir. So you
I
had
was not
that information.
aware of it at the time, or not understanding fully what the zoning code is for that property at that time as well. So I am requesting the rehearing based on new information that I've become aware of.
And I appreciate the new information that you've heard and you've read about in the last month or so. But you had that same information, sir, at the time of the hearing a month or so ago when we heard the Barstow case. You were not, maybe you didn't fully understand it, but the knowledge was there. The information was there in front of you, sir. And you're
Am I
here.
allowed to file the request for a rehearing?
The rehearings are based on new and pertinent information that was not available at the time the original hearing was requested. And that information that you're bringing before us right now was already there at the hearing before this. This is new information that you've dug up in the past month or so, sir.
Correct. And the new information that I've come aware of, yes.
I'm not saying how this relates to the application that was before the board. This sounds more like a complaint for things.
Well, and that's I filed that. I want to appeal that determination. So.
And can staff help me? Just how does the previous work relate to the current application?
Well, there's multiple zoning issues and infractions on their property.
Yes, and I was just I was asking staff on that.
So my understanding of this application for rehearing is that Charlie believes that some dugouts, soccer field, bleachers should have been reviewed a part of that special use permit 3. The way the code reads, someone can file a request for a rehearing based on new information, or if the board deems that the case is relevant. But the items that he is inquiring about were not part of the special use permit process because city staff deemed that they did not rise to the level to be attached to that major amendment for their SUP.
Just one board member, but I'm kind of the same mindset. I can't think of other cases where we've looked at the history of campus and try to relate things that have taken place in the past to a current application that doesn't address those in any way. I'm finding the inappropriate.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you speak. I think the microphone's cutting out.
Can I just clarify too that the standard for rehearing pursuant to Code Section 88-525-11 is new evidence that wasn't available at the prior hearing or good cause shown is the standard.
I mean, it sounds to me like he's complaining that the school had a zoning violation. And so he should complain about that. And then staff could go out and investigate. And if they find that they did build something without a permit or without proper approval, then that would be a new case. But I don't see how that relates to the SUP that they got approved in January.
When was that approval, gentlemen? Joe.
Yes, the school actually has permits for both of those projects. The dugouts.
Speak in the microphone.
I'm sorry,
It's
the
okay.
turf field, the permit was issued by the city on July 3rd, 2022. Permit number CPBC-2022-00700. And then the permit was issued for the dugouts earlier in the year on February 2nd of 2023. That was permit number CPBC-2023-0054. Both of those projects have been completed. And the points that you all have been making are absolutely, those were the points I was going to make. He's complaining that the school should have gotten a special use permit for something that's already been done. That's not even the subject of the special use permit that you approved last month. It's complaining about two completely separate issues. Frankly, we believe this is a bad faith request for rehearing that's been brought solely to delay Barstow's ability to get going on this project.
That's what's going on here from our perspective. We would respectfully ask that you deny the request for rehearing.
From my perspective, I'm trying to protect the property of my property, the neighbor's property, given the zoning infractions that are going on the property. And the fact that they do require by 88-420 or 88-525-14A major amendments that site modification involving location of buildings, raising and reconstructing of approved structures requires special use permitting. They did not have special use permitting for the dugout construction and or both the fields.
And that we're getting redundant. I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, that the board go into a closed session pursuant to section 610.021 parenthesis 1.
For legal advice.
Legal advice.
Yeah, for legal advice. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll be back after we have some counseling. We'll be right back. Mr. Stiller.
Yeah, I move that the board come out of closed session and back into open session first. I would move that the board come out of closed session back into open session for through into section 610.021 parenthesis 1.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Corrance.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're back into open session. Mr. Schlegel, I'm very sympathetic with what you're requesting. But the problem is, sir, is that you're not bringing before the board, as I see it, new and pertinent information that would cause us to rehear this case. The items you're referring to, the dugouts and such, were lawfully permitted by city planning, and they're already there. And if the school should have got a special use permit, the city planner at that time who issued the building permits for the dugouts and other projects at the school should have caught it if that was a requirement. Those have since been approved, they've been built, and now you want to say that's pertinent for us to rehear the case. I respectfully disagree with that, but I'm just one board member here. But I invite your comments. Sir.
Well, being that I'm in the remodeling business and we do pull permits before we start work and we go through the proper channels. It was neglected to pull a permit, number one, for that project. Number two, then a permit was issued that was not a special use permit for that project. So there's been 2 violations on that project alone, let alone other violations for zoning on that property. And all I'm wanting to do is protect the value of the neighborhood and my home value in having them do the things that they're supposed to do to ensure that we're not building things or erecting things or taking things down, deconstructing things on a property that are not in compliance with zoning code. I think that's more than fair for me to ask. And I think it's more than understandable that someone could have these frustrations from that, while also being told that by Barstow representatives, they'll do one thing and then they do another. So there's multiple infractions on this property that have not been maintained, upheld by the city council, or I'm sorry, the BZA or the city planning and development office. And Anna knows, I mean, this is not something that I've just willy-nilly beat around the bush with them for. I'm trying to find real information to be able to voice my concerns with what's going on.
Well, I would invite you, sir, to create a case for those zoning infractions that you feel have happened at 115th and State Line at Barstow School, if I have the right address.
Sir, I've done that. And I didn't hear back from the city planning office on my other case within the 15 days that I'm allowed to file the notice. So I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place here. I keep getting told one thing by the city planning and development. I go days without hearing from them, weeks even without hearing from them. So I can't file these things because I don't have the information that I've needed. I've offered to sit down with the city director, with the Jeffrey Williams, Director Williams, and other members to get to the basis of this, to find out what's going on. I've offered to meet with Barstow on several of occasions. Heck, I live right by Robert Wynn's house. I'd love to just have a beer with him in his backyard and talk about these, but we can't do that in this day and age, I guess. I'm just trying to protect my home and the value of the homes around. And it's met with so much red tape. It's interesting to me how so many people that are politically connected in this city are having their children attend that school, and I'm now the one that has to fight tooth and nail to try and get something heard and actionable items from it.
Thank you for your comments. I can guarantee you no one whose child has attended Barstow School has approached any board member.
I'm not suggesting it about the board, sir.
All right.
I'm suggesting it about some people in the city, for sure, city staff.
I'm not privy to that and cannot answer that concern, sir.
Totally understand that.
Mr. Schlegel, you've got a great reputation in this city. Everyone knows about Schlegel Remodeling. Everybody knows about you guys. You do a fine quality work.
Thank you.
We're not trying to be mean to you. I'm just trying to say, I don't see any new evidence, sir. And
So can I file my other appeals that I've been forced not to file due to timelines that were missed by city staff? Will you allow me to do that?
I'm just one board member, sir. The other 3 board members around me have heard the same comments that you're making. And it will be up to them to bring forward a motion to hear your case again or not hear your case again, sir.
To that end, Mr. Chair, I would move that board.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
To rehear.
The motion is to deny the request to rehear. That was made by Vice Chair Stiller. Do I have a second to that? Second by Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the vote.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. I'm sorry, sir. There's been no vote to your favor today. All right.
Time's not a
I
charm.
think that ends our cases for the day. And with no other business, we're done. Anna, good. I want to make sure he's offline.